Lovely. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to members, officers, the press and public joining the Strategic Development Committee. This meeting is also being live streamed on YouTube, so welcome to anybody viewing us online, either live or afterwards. Some of our officers are joining this evening's meeting via Zoom. Can everyone in the room hear me? Great, thank you. My name is Councillor Rachel Tripp. I'm the chair of the Strategic Development Committee. As ever, for members in the room, when you're speaking, can you please speak clearly and loudly so that the microphones pick up what you say? For those joining us via Zoom, please make sure your microphone is muted if you're not speaking. And I'm going to ask the members of the committee to introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Councillor Susan Masters from East Ham South.
Hi, I'm Councillor Lewis Godfrey from Green Street West.
Slaven Disagvedi from Bowling Ward.
And just in the nick of time.
Councillor Madeline Sally-Puntin from Forest Gate South.
Thank you. We do have an earlier start this evening than usual, so we'll be joined by some other committee members as we go on. Can I suggest that officers introduce themselves in the order that they appear in the agenda?
I'm Jane Hudson, I'm the Director of Planning and Development.
Hi, I'm James Bolt, Senior Development Manager.
That's the officers that are in the room, so Liam and Dan.
Afternoon, Liam McFadden, Principal Planner.
And Dan Legg, Principal Planner.
I'm Greg Gray, Principal Planner.
My name's Denise James, Planning Officer.
Vincent Healy, Legal Advisor.
I'm Ron Shaw, Technical Officer, London Borough of Newham.
Okay, that's
Sure, James is coming.
Is that it? All our officers? Great, thank you. And we are also joined by Councillor James Beckles, another member of the committee. Thank you. Just to remind members that when we take a vote, it'll be by way of raising our physical hands so that we can capture that on screen. The first item on the agenda is apologies. I've received apologies from Councillor Rita Chadder. And have we had other apologies, Shirley?
Yes, Chair. Apologies from Councillor Mercer.
Thank you. No other members know of any other apologies? Thank you. Item number 2 is minutes. The minutes of the meeting held on the 14th of May for approval, outlined on pages 15 to 24. Can we agree those as a true record of the meeting?
please.
Thank you. Item number 3 is the election of the Deputy Chair. Can I please invite nominations for the position of Deputy Chair?
Masters.
Thank you very much. Is that seconded?
Seconded.
Great, thank you. Are there any further nominations? In which case, many thanks to Councillor Masters, duly elected as Deputy Chair of the Strategic Development Committee. Item 4 is declarations of interest. Are there any further declarations of interest?
I have a short declaration of interest, Chair, about item number 12. Item number 12 concerns the construction of a data centre. I work for a company who also have data centres.
I think we can make sure that the minutes reflect that, but I don't think that interest is a material one that would stop you from participating in that item, but thank you. In a similar spirit of openness, the first substantive item on the agenda for Odessa School is a school which is in my ward, which similarly, if the minutes could reflect that, but I do anticipate still participating in that. Item number 5, determining planning applications. Members are asked to note the advice from the Head of Legal Services on determining planning applications. Is that noted?
Noted.
Noted. Thank you. Item number 6, announcements from the Chair. What I normally do at this point is to go through the names of all the people who have registered to speak in the applications. I don't propose to do that today, because I think that we will be here even longer than we're going to be. What I am going to do, though, is just to read out each application. When I read the application, could you maybe give me a wave or sort of make a noise so that I know there is someone here from the applicant team to speak on that application? On item 7, Odessa Infant School. I think we may have some people online for that. I can see Glynis Grant. Great, thank you. Item number 8, 60A Albatross Close. Lovely, thank you. Item number 9, land adjacent to 9 Fisher Street. Great, thank you very much. Item number 10, Bromley by Bow Gasworks. Thank you. Item 11, land at Royal Albert Way. Thank you. And item 12, land at the former paint factory. Great, thank you very much. Usual practice is to allow up to 5 minutes in total, for both supporters and for any objectors. Is that agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you. Can we agree the remainder of the order of business as outlined on the agenda?
Agreed.
Thank you. Would members please note the officer update report, which has been circulated, which I believe you've got copies of. Please note the full consideration and planning assessment of matters is covered comprehensively, and I mean really comprehensively, in the committee report, which we've all had full regard to. So the officer presentation is going to be a summary of the key issues only. At this stage, I would normally call upon the applicant team for item 7. In light of the nature of that application and because of the length of the agenda, I'd like to suggest to members that we move straight to a vote on this item. We don't normally do that, but this is a very straightforward application with a very straightforward recommendation for approval. Are members content with that?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. In which case, can I please ask us to vote on the officer recommendation that we approve item 7, the application for Odessa Infant School?
Agreed. Agreed.
That's unanimous. Thank you very much. With that, then, we move on swiftly to item 8, which is 60A Albatross Close. The applicant team, sorry, you did wave at me earlier. I've now forgotten which of the. Did you wish to give a presentation or did you want to be here for questions? Thank you. We don't have any objectors registered. So can we move to the planning officer presentation, please?
Thank you, Chair. It looks like I'm unable to share my screen at the moment. I don't think I've got the rights to.
I think we can set that up for you.
Thank you, Chair. So item 8 relates to West Ham United Foundation Hub located on Albatross. Slide 2 shows the site location and recent aerial photograph. The site is situated within a residential cul-de-sac. The site is bounded by Union Way to the north and Woolwich Manor Way to the east. Residential properties are located immediately to the south and further west. The application in question is to vary the approved drawings associated with the parent application, which was granted consent for the erection of a 2-storey side extension to the existing West Ham United Foundation. Carry out design changes. The image on the left-hand side shows the existing southern and eastern elevations of the building viewed from Albatross Close, whilst the image on the right-hand side provides a view of the northern and western elevations of the building from the car park serving the foundation. Slide 5 shows the proposed elevational drawings of the proposal. Whilst slide 6 shows an indicative view of the proposal from the sports pitches looking towards the southern elevation of the proposal. In terms of the site history, consent was granted in December of last year for the erection of a 2-storey side extension to the existing building. Not commenced in relation to this consent. The application, subject to this committee report, seeks to make minor material changes to the consent previously granted. The use of the site as a community sports facility is long established. The conditioning, scale and massing height of the proposal would remain unaltered from the original consent and therefore is not expected to cause any additional impact on neighbouring amenity. The use is not expected to intensify and therefore no additional impact on transport anticipated. As such, members should note that the design is the only planning consideration that is relevant in the determination of this application. Moving on to design, the application seeks to make changes to the external finish, signage, fenestration and internal layout. Concerns were initially raised by officers that the proposed changes would result in a significant loss of design quality compared to the previously approved scheme. Following this, the applicant has engaged positively planning officers and design officers to revise the scheme so it is deemed acceptable from a design perspective. The proposed cement cladding and timber boarding would provide some contrast to the existing brick building. To ensure that the external finish of the building is of high quality, conditions requiring specification of external materials, in addition to a mock-up panel needing to be erected on site to ensure the relationship between the existing building and proposed extension is considered to be acceptable. As originally submitted, the windows, particularly to the northern and western elevations of the extension, appeared disordered, creating a cluttered feel to these elevations. Revisions have since been made to relocate and amend portions of these window openings, which has assisted in the overall appearance and rhythm of these facades. The proposed signage, particularly that located on the canopy to the northern elevation, is strong visually and provides a sense of arrival from the car park. The internal arrangement of the extension has also been amended to maximise the size of classroom spaces, which is supported by officers. As such, overall, the proposal is considered to be acceptable from a design perspective, subject to the conditions mentioned. As a public consultation, 113 neighbouring properties were consulted. A site notice was also erected on Albatross Close. No public comments were received during the consultation period. In summary, officers request that the committee resolve to agree reasons for approval set out within the officer report discussed within this presentation, and to delegate to the Director of Planning to approve planning consent subject to a deed of variation and the conditions listed in Appendix 1 of the committee report. That concludes the presentation. Take any questions.
Thank you. Can I ask members if they have any questions or comments or points for discussion on this item, please? Councillor Sally Ponten.
I don't know if you're aware, but the prehistoric trackway in Beckton is of international significance. It's absolutely stunning and formed until recently part of the exhibitions at the Museum of London. I was just wondering what the depth of the foundations were. It says here that Glass feels that there isn't going to be any disturbance of, and I know it's a long way down, but what kind of planning commission, archaeological planning conditions, please?
So I believe on the parent consent, there was a condition requiring a WSI to be submitted.
Yeah.
The pre-commencement conditions on the parent consent have all been discharged, which means that Glass have been consulted with regards to archaeology with the survey that's been carried out, and it's been discharged. And those findings will relate to the Section 73 application, that we're only looking at design changes, not any change to the footings or the floor area. So.
Dan, just for those who are unfamiliar with this, could you just explain what Glass and a WSI are?
So Glass, the sort of the strand of historic England that deal predominantly with archaeological aspects of planning. And a WSI is a written scheme of investigation, which effectively needs to be carried out to determine whether there is any archaeological interest within the site And if so, a stage 2 WSI is carried out to either excavate the assets that are discovered, or just sort of recorded, dependent on the significance of them. And in this case,
I have a supplementary question.
I was just going to say, it's the Greater London Archaeological Advisory Service, and it comes under legal planning law PBG 16. But because extensive amounts of the trackway have been found before, because they're structures within the marsh, therefore it's very easy for JCB to go through them, but they are a long way down. So I'm glad they're being considered.
Thank you. I did have a question. It's really just clarifying. On page 57, it mentions, as we would expect, that this is a parking-free development. But it does mention for the residential component, which I imagine is an error because there isn't a residential component. So I just wanted to clarify that the car-free development effectively meant a restriction on business permits.
So I think residential is mentioned there, given the location of the site. So it's effectively the wording is such to stop users of the foundation from applying for residential permits for the properties on Albatross Close.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Any further questions from members? Thank you. In which case, could I just ask that you share the recommendation again, Dan?
Of course.
So as before, we're asked to note the update and resolve to agree the reasons for approval, etc. Can I ask those in favour to please raise their hands? And that is again unanimous. Thank you very much. We move on therefore to agenda item 9, which is the land adjacent to 9 Fisher Street. I know we have the applicants, forgive me, that was you, wasn't it, with us. Did you wish to present to us or were you here to answer questions?
Answer questions.
Thank you. In which case, if we move straight on to the officer report, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Yes, item 9, this is the land adjacent to 9 Fisher Street. So this is located in Canning Town with New Haven Lane to the north. And
I'm just going to ask you to speak up a bit, Liam. I'm sorry. I know we've done this before.
I know, it's just me. I'm a quiet guy. The application is for retrospective planning permission for the temporary use of the site as a compound for 7 site containers until December 2024. The site compound is being used to survey a scheme to provide re-roofing works to social housing in Newham's stock housing. And just to note here, there is quite an extensive update report which has been provided due to a further objection from a resident and address some of those concerns. I'll just raise that now. A brief timeline of the application. The use started in September 2023 without permission. Our planning enforcement team became aware of it in October 2023 and set up a case. As is their normal course of action, they are awaiting the outcome of this decision before they take any further action. So the application was submitted in December last year. Between then and May, there were discussions between the planning team and the applicant about potential enhancements to the site. Unfortunately, it didn't really progress to a stage we felt it was going to make progress, so we took it to committee now, and the works are intended to finish in December as per timeline there. So I've got some site photos now. So the pre-existing is taken from Google Street View, and then the photos on the right will be my own photos from my site visit recently. So I've tried to match up the angles and I'll just quickly go through these. And then lastly, these are photos taken from the applicant as pre-start photos, so it shows what the state of the land was before the works actually began. In terms of consultation, we consulted 8 neighbouring properties and erected some site notices. We received 1 objection. Some of the objection is the loss of open space, impact on privacy and overlooking, highways access, streets and amenity, character of the development in this residential area, the lack of RIS statement provision, and concerns about the quality of the information that was submitted. The considerations here are the principal development or land use, the design and appearance, the impact on amenity, and the transport. And as noted earlier in the update report, some further concerns were raised by an objector about privacy and impact on the highway. So beginning with the principle of development, just to clarify the way retrospective permission works, it is allowed under planning regulation. It's not something that we particularly encourage, but it's not something that would weigh against the decision itself. Moving on to the loss of open space. So there would be a temporary loss of part of the pocket park, though part remains still usable. So on the diagram in front of you, the part highlighted in green is still usable by residents, and the part with the red outline is the site itself. The trees which remain on site have been protected by ply boxes to protect them, and there is a temporary surface which has been laid down. So we acknowledge that the loss of open space is always undesirable in Newham, and although we hope to receive some enhancements, we weren't able to secure them, so we've therefore assessed the application as submitted. In looking at the use of the land, we've given significant weight to firstly the fact that this is only temporary in nature, and secondly that the scheme that is running here is to provide roofing for social housing. Actually, there's very vulnerable people, so there is a significant public benefit to this scheme. In terms of design and appearance, can't dance around this. Temporary structures are very utilitarian in nature. There isn't really a type of structure you could put here which would be in keeping with the character of the area. So it doesn't really meet our policy in terms of how it looks and how it fits in with the area, and we've weighed that in the balance. Just to note in the update report, since the publishing of my report, I've had further liaisons with the project manager on the team, and they've made an offer to provide 4 trees on site as an enhancement once the works are finished. In terms of residential amenity, the main concerns from neighbours were the impact of the noise from the generator, so temporary toilets, and any potential loss of privacy from the overlooking. So there is a generator on site. It is in use sporadically throughout the day, so it's only when staff are on site, which I understand is not a continuous use. So it has been clarified that this is a lower noise generator, which is supposedly suitable for urban environments. Toilet block is raised off the ground to prevent any potential land contamination. It is self-contained, and we're not having any complaints around odour or any similar disturbances as a result of that. There is a small staircase which accesses the toilet, so it steps up above the ground by roughly, I'd say, 1 metre in height. But it largely faces onto the site itself, and it does obscure the view into the neighbouring garden. So in our view, it wouldn't cause any undue impact on amenity in terms of loss of privacy. And we have attached a condition limiting use of the site and the equipment on site to between 7 and 5, Monday to Friday only. And again, since the publishing of the report, there has been steps made to erect a bamboo screen across the site where it adjoins the neighbouring garden to help further screen that those steps from any views. We've added a condition. In terms of transport, it appears that the site is accessed by vehicles driving over the public highway. However, at the time of my site visit, there was no damage observed to the curb or the pavement. Had the application been submitted before the use commenced, we would have had a condition for a construction logistics plan. I'm sure members are familiar with that. It's a very common document, and it contains information such as the type of vehicle, how it would access the site, what kind of steps we'd go through to make sure that the highway isn't damaged and protected. We did take some consideration about requesting that during the course of the application, but it would seem tokenistic to request this now. Those documents take quite a while to draw up. They require specialist advice, and the use has already commenced. We're not aware of any complaints to our highways team about the vehicles that have been on site. And there are parking controls in the area, such as double yellow lines, residence parking bays. So I didn't observe any vehicles parked illegally on my site visit. So on balance, we feel that there isn't really a public benefit to seeking a CLP at this stage. And we think it's better to let the use continue and run its course. Again, since publishing the report, we've had discussions with the project team, and they are looking to implement a ramp on the site to prevent any damage to the curb or the highway. So to summarise, we acknowledge that loss of green space is undesirable, and we fully acknowledge all the impacts that have been negative and raised by objectors and nearby residents. It's clearly out of keeping with the area. There are some transport impacts, and it's undesirable in a general sense. However, we do have to put significant weight on Firstly, the conditions which we've added, which we feel does go quite a long way to mitigate some of those problems. Secondly, the fact that this is only temporary in nature, so it would end by December this year, and there is a condition in place to ensure that. And lastly, because of the nature of this scheme, because it's serving that social housing roofing project, our view is that it's in the public interest to let that project run its course and finish up, and then clear the site and reinstate it to an acceptable standard. So on balance, our recommendation is to agree the reasons for set out for approval as set out in the report, make note of the update report as well, and delegate authority to the Director of Planning and Development to grant permission subject to the conditions identified in the appendix of the report. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. I know my colleagues are going to have questions. I have some questions as well. I mean, I guess I felt my kind of eyebrows shooting off the top of my head and then like through the ceiling as I read this report. And I just really need to begin by pointing out that, you know, as Liam has said, retrospective planning applications are allowed. That's not to say that they don't leave an extremely bad taste in the mouth when we get them. And obviously, this puts us as members of the Strategic Development Committee in just an incredibly embarrassing position, because this is an LBN project and you are LBN applicants applying retrospectively to use an area of LBN green land that you didn't have permission for. So I guess I'm interested really to know how this has happened.
Firstly, if I could explain, I've only been involved in the scheme for probably the last 6 weeks. So I can assure you I'm more embarrassed than committee. My colleague that started the scheme and put a retrospective planning application in is no longer employed by NERM. I can only assume that he sort of looks at every avenue. It's the last resort for us to try and use amenity space or greenland. We've got plenty of hard standing areas throughout the borough, but there's a lot of work going on, and wherever we go, we are going to get an objection.
I mean, to clarify, it's both the use of the greenland, but also particularly using it without gaining permission first that are concerning and embarrassing us as committee members.
Yes, all I can say is the ball's been dropped somewhere. The colleague's not here to question or to ask why it wasn't done. We know he should have had planning permission initially. All I can do as the new project manager is the information I've got from Liam and worked with Liam is to move forward with the conditions we've got to impose now. Look at the objections, try and mitigate the objections, take it back to the team, which is a capital team, and learn from the process. So, there's got to be a system put in place to ensure this doesn't ever happen again. It's embarrassing.
I mean, I suppose it's reassuring to hear the words "it will never happen again," but maybe it's hard to be reassured by that, given that the basic lesson that's being learned is that planning permission exists and needs to be applied for, which is not part of a kind of mysterious minutiae of building projects. It's quite obvious, even, you know, lay women know that one.
Yeah, I agree.
Councillor Masters.
Where to begin? I guess my first question is, I'm assuming that this is cost neutral because any costs that would have been incurred in applying for retrospective planning permission, I'm assuming, have come into another part of the council. Am I right? Or are there costs arising from this retrospective planning application?
There would have been a certain amount of money approved for the renewal of the roof scheme, which I think we're trying to deliver 383 roofs approximately. So any funds that are allocated to delivering this would come out of that one pot. Did I understand the question correctly?
Well, I'm just trying to understand whether this has cost the council money.
Like additional money?
Yeah.
No, because it would have been, we would have had to apply for planning permission in
that
instance.
Are you incurring any?
Through the same process.
Right. I mean, I'm guessing ultimately, even if you're having to incur penalties for a retrospective planning process, that's money still coming from one side of the council to another side.
I think what we were advised is that the enforcement work is paused while this application is determined.
Okay.
As you can clarify, Liam.
Yeah, and just to clarify as well, that it doesn't cost more to apply for retrospective permission. So the cost of drawing up the plans and everything and submit the application would probably be the same as if they'd done it before.
Okay, the second point I wanted to make was, even though looking at the pictures, the units only use part of the green, I'd imagine that it's more the movement of materials to and from those units and the presence of people, the presence of vehicles to move the materials that are going to disrupt the use of the green. And I'm just wondering to what extent that's the case, to understand what impact that's had on the local community.
Firstly, the green is, there's two greens next to each other, so we've only used up one part of the green. So there's mainly space there still to be used for dog walkers or players. There's no equipment, or so we haven't taken away any sort of play area or anything like that. As a temporary sort of hard stand put down so that we don't sort of cause too much damage. When we leave site, the green and everything else will be put back exactly as it was before, with the enhancement that we've offered for trees. With regard to the traffic, we're doing mainly sort of tiled or slate roof renewals. We're getting all the materials for those roofs delivered directly to the house that we're doing. So the site compound is mainly a sort of welfare facility, site office, toilet block. There is a skip on site, but the skip materials are only for flat roofs. So there'll be lightweight materials, timber and flat roofs. We're not loading the skips up with sort of tonnage weight sort of thing. We know when delivery is coming. We know when the skip lorry is coming, which would be once every 3 to 4 weeks. And obviously we've got people on site to manage that, the traffic outside to make sure the traffic's clear. Excuse me. And with the screening, we've put some temporary screening up for the to try and improve the privacy concern that the resident had. Unfortunately, the site team sort of misunderstood the concept, and they was trying to cover the back of the container rather than the overlooking issue. So I'm going to site on Thursday, and we'll address that to make sure that there's no.
And when was that bamboo screen put up?
This week.
Okay, was that today?
Sorry?
Was that today?
No, I think it was done yesterday.
Okay. I mean, that also stuck out to me as being evidence of something that kind of gives the impression that it was done to appease planning committee members rather than actually to help the neighbours. But I'll leave that there. Councillor Godfrey, and then I see other hands are up as well. We've also been joined, just for the minutes, by Councillor Alan Griffiths, who won't be able to vote in this discussion as he's only come partway through.
I should preface this by saying this is actually my first time on SDC, so apologies if I get anything wrong. You said that the reason that this has come here is because your colleague dropped the ball, your former colleague dropped the ball, but that's actually quite a vague explanation, isn't it? Would you be able to maybe outline your process now for learning lessons from what's happened here? Do you write a report? Do you sort of make sure that all your processes are in place?
We will do. I've had a team meeting today, so we have regular team meetings, and I sort of just discussed it today with the team, told them I've got to come here. But we will do it. We would have a lessons learned meeting at the end of the scheme to discuss anything that went wrong.
Great. And will that document be available to members of this committee and to councillors?
We can make it available, yes, because we're going to have to.
Really useful, I think. And the reason I say that is because we just want to make sure that people are sort of talking to each other at the right times.
Reasonable.
And then my second question was just on point 41 of the report, which is on my page 104. It's on your, we have the same pages.
124?
104. Section 41. After that date, all equipment will be removed and the site reinstated green space with appropriate repairs to the landscape as required. what kind of budget does that take, and is that sort of secure? Because it seems to me like a lot of the stuff, the cars moving in, things sort of being trampled over, we might not be able to predict how much that will cost to restore. So is there a significant enough budget there that I don't have to worry about it after this has gone away?
The budget that will all come out of the budget that was approved by the Capital Board Committee initially. The provision of putting down the sort of type 1 hardcore and covering it is to protect the land. We've retained the fencing that we've removed for the vehicle access. So everything would have been allowed for. The contractor would, from day one, would have expected to reinstate whatever site he went on to as we found it. And as Liam stressed earlier, we'd normally try to give some enhancements. But if we were a developer where we're making a profit, those enhancements could have been a little better. But my trouble is when I was liaising with Liam, is that the more we do as enhancements, it potentially means that someone may go without getting a roof done. We're taking money away from essential works. We're trying to get the roofs done that are leaking and of an age where they've not got much life expectancy left.
I'm glad that Lewis has raised this point 41 about the use being temporary in nature and ceasing by December 2024. Obviously, it is theoretically possible, and we have seen this before in Planning Committee, for temporary planning applications to come back and ask to extend their permission. As members, we have an open mind about all applications until they come in. But I feel I really have to tell you now, I would be really, really surprised, and not in a good way, if we're sitting here again in future looking at any kind of extension to this permission if it was granted. So I guess I'd just like to urge you to pay attention to this condition about being off the site and making good by December, and say that if permission is granted, I would think that keeping to that date would be the very, very strong desire of the committee. Councillor Singh Verdi, can I bring you?
Thank you. I just wanted to echo some of the points which the chair mentioned. Surely putting up a screen before coming up to the meeting is like saying, yes, we had to do that because we come to the committee. But when this was first raised, wouldn't the management have taken it on board to say, let's get this done? Or is it something which, again, is overlooked? It doesn't matter. It's just raised in our floor.
No.
I would say, I would have expected an apology from the management to say, yes, we have overlooked this and it should have been put right from day one.
I agree. It's more embarrassing. I only found out about this planning committee meeting, I think 6 days ago. And then I tried to make contact with Liam to find out a bit more information about it. And that's when Liam sent me or the link to the portal, and that's the first time that I see the comments. So I could only react to those comments over the last sort of 5 working days. I emailed the site team to say what we've done. I've been to site. They misunderstood what I wanted them to do with the screen, which is why I'm going back on Thursday. But I intended to go, when I go on Thursday, to knock at the residents' home, formally apologise in person, and to ask them what can we do to appease, to mitigate or make them happy with that they're not being overlooked.
Can I just cover?
Please do.
I appreciate that, and thank you for doing that, because it's important that we do take on board some of the comments that the residents come along with, and by actually going back and knocking the door and apologising is greatly appreciated.
I think it's the least we could do.
And can I just check? Obviously, on a human level, the idea of coming to a planning committee meeting with only 6 days' notice is not very nice. But presumably, when planning enforcement received the complaint, you would have been in touch with the applicant team. That would have been with one of your colleagues.
Yeah, so when planning enforcement were made aware, I believe that they then recommended that retrospective permission was sought. At that point, it was a different officer on the case, and there was liaisons between the project manager at the time. I've seen the email chains trying to secure an enhancement. I'd say with this type of application, we could come back to you in 3 months with more enhancements, but because of the sort of temporary nature of it, it just feels a bit like kicking the can down the road, and it's better to push this through, I think, and get those conditions in place.
Thank you. Madeline.
Thank you very much for being the person that's come here and carried the can. We do appreciate that, and we do appreciate the work that our officers do. And, you know, you're imposed, you're the person that's having to deal with it. So thank you for the work that you're doing to put things right, and your team as well. And also thank you to your team who are changing the roofs for the local residents so that they don't have to suffer another winter with a poor roof. Having said that, what I'd like to understand is in the original plan for the works, was this space always designated as the comfort hub for the workers who are undertaking the work?
I don't believe it would have been identified from day one. It would have been up to the individual officer. I'm not sure how long Tony had been with Newham, whether he fully understood the processes and procedures. But there's plenty of management there to support him if he had any questions. So I can't answer for him, but certainly if it was me, I would be looking around for some hard standing, perhaps some parking area where it's not being used or.
Exactly. Logistics is an important part of the planning process for any major development, whether it's, pre-construction or construction. So therefore, it seems surprising that that was left out. Does your department have a pro forma for planning large-scale refurbishments like this, so that we make sure that in the future the logistics for such things as the toilets, the offices, the tool store, the welfare facilities for employees are actually included as part of the planning, even if it's noted that it's not needed?
I believe so. Until I took over this scheme, I've only been working on the plan schemes, which is done with Newham's direct labour force. So I've not been in a position myself where I've had to make a planning application. We do have a form that runs project managers through the process to make sure they don't miss any items. So it's like going out to tender and it runs right through. So I will be looking at that form to make sure that the planning process, or to make initial inquiry about, do we need planning, make contact with the planning team, and as I say, the lessons learned.
Yeah, that's really good to know. Secondly, I know that you said you were going to go and speak to the resident in particular who was suffering from lack of privacy because of the scheme. Unfortunately, because this wasn't applied for at the right time, it meant, of course, that the residents didn't have notice of what was happening, and therefore I take it when the facilities arrived and decamped onto the site, it was a big surprise for them. So it might be a good idea to put up just an apology notice on the outside of the site, so that anyone walking past will realise that this was an unforeseen lack of planning that has led to that should have done. And also from my point of view, thinking of the children in the area, we can see from the plan, and if you know the area, there's not a lot of green space available locally for the kids under a certain age, and therefore with the summer coming up, it's going to be hard for them places to go out and play. That's it from me.
Thank you. Before I move us over to the vote, I did just want to clarify one thing. I know that the objector was concerned about this, and obviously we're concerned as members that we are always, in a sense, setting precedents when we make decisions. I know you did deal briefly with that in the report, but could we just seek some reassurance from you and from officers that in considering voting on this, we're not effectively setting a precedent for other developers to go ahead and use LBN green space without permission?
Yeah, of course. And just while we're on the topic of the objector, just to sort of keep you informed, we have been in touch with her directly even today. I know there's an assumption that the boundary screening that went up today, or yesterday, is sort of tokenistic effort, but it has been as a result of our conversations, and that objector does appreciate that we are working towards, can't fix it, we can't pretend that we can, but at least alleviating those pressures. So I'll just let you know about that. In terms of precedent, this is a very unusual case because it is LBN as the applicant, and because the scheme is to do that re-roofing scheme, there's such a huge weight in planning to place on that for social housing re-roofing. It's very unlikely that a private developer will be in a position where they're doing something that benefits the borough to that extent. And certainly they wouldn't use our land to do it, I don't think. This is a case of LBN using LBN land, and there's obviously been a miscommunication here, but yeah, so I don't feel that this would set.
Thank you. Are you able to share your screen again and put the officer recommendation up on the board? So we move then to the vote. The SDC is asked to note the contents of the update report and agree the reasons for approval, etc. Can I see those in favour, please? That's 4 in favour, thank you. And those against? And abstentions? Thank you very much. That is carried. I should have said at the beginning, given the number of applications today, that members of applicant teams, once your item's been dealt with, you're of course very welcome to stay here until the bitter end. But if you do need to leave to get home to your families and to your evenings, we will understand that too. So thank you for coming today. It is 5:48. We've, in planning this meeting, we've roughly divided it in two and had a slightly earlier start for these first 3 items. I'm going to propose that we take a 12-minute comfort break because I know some other people are able to join us at 6. In fact, that's now 11 minutes. And so we're going to restart the meeting at 6 p.m, at which point we're going to move swiftly on with item 10, which is the Bromley by Bow Gasworks. Thank you.
Could I apologise for being late at this point?
You may, yes. Thank you, Alan.
After I rang you, I was delayed by a more basic council service, driving down the road down to Bromley.
Hello, Alan. I'm pretty candidates today. I couldn't.
Get the door, Rachel.
To close it? I don't know if we can make it hotter. I don't know.
It's quite warm. I don't think the public's going to.
I'll make it 5:59, so I will wait until 6 before I restart things again.
That's what we need. Be so kind as to shut the door, sir. Thank you. So we were just arguing which one of us should do it. Right.
Rely on you, James, to keep it on the temperature, and if we reach a certain kind of threshold, then you can open up again. Well, because I'm ready with you, Jen. Great, so I think we're now back online. Thank you and welcome back to this meeting of the Strategic Development Committee. We've just had a short break after our first 3 items. I'm Councillor Rachel Tripp, the chair. We're moving smartly on to agenda item number 10, which is the Bromley by Bow Gasworks. I think we have quite a large applicant team with us. No, that's helpful in case we have questions. We normally allow 5 minutes. So I'm going to set a timer on my phone. I'm going to try to wave at you when you have sort of 2 minutes left, just to let you know. Does one of you need to share a screen or?
We've got just some slides, some rolling slides that we can go while I'm speaking, if that's okay.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Are you set up to do that already?
Dan's ready. Dan's ready.
Okay. Lovely, thank you. In which case we're ready when you are.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Simon Lewis and I'm a Planning and Development Director for St William. I've led the design development of this project and the engagement with key stakeholders and local community. I think anyone who has seen or visited this former gasworks would appreciate it is extraordinary. There is nowhere else like it. In fact, it is the only place in the world where you'll find this number of Victorian gas holders in a single location. These incredible Grade 2 listed structures have been part of the local landscape since they were erected in the 1870s. They are a physical reminder of the ambition and industrious character of East London and its people. Today, the site offers a very special development opportunity, one that can celebrate the historic legacy of the area, whilst also crucially creating a new place that is designed for local communities to enjoy, as well as delivering homes for the borough. With any development project, there are challenges, but this site is unprecedented. This is because of the exceptional abnormal costs associated with site clearance, gas holder refurbishment, land remediation, and the need to modernise existing gas infrastructure. These costs go well beyond those normally associated with brownfield development, but remain a significant risk we need to manage going forward. We were fully aware of the challenges when the site became part of our portfolio in 2020, but we've always been committed to keeping the gas holders, recognising their wider heritage value for the. To help realise the opportunity, we appointed world-class architects, RSHP, who have the experience of delivering complex projects, including those of national historic significance. Their involvement and expertise have been pivotal to achieving an exceptional legacy for this site. From the outset, we embraced a fully collaborative pre-application process, embarking on our first meeting with officers from Newham in April 21. This was followed by wider discussions with the GLA and Historic England. Our commitment to keep the gas holders was unanimously welcomed. Notwithstanding the economic challenges that have arisen over the last couple of years, we have worked closely with key stakeholders to secure a deliverable development. So tonight we can sit here in support of our proposals, of which we are immensely proud. The new master plan builds on the unique character of the site. The gas holders are the obvious showpiece. However, it is their relationship with the wider landscaping and natural environment that will create a very special sense of place. Within this unique setting, our development will deliver over 2,000 new homes, alongside new employment and commercial uses and community facilities. In addition, it will provide a significant amount of public open space, including a new 1.7 hectare park fronting the River Lee. Over 70% of the site will be open space and fully accessible to the local community. In combination with Twelvetrees Park, our proposals will provide a fantastic new neighbourhood for the borough. It will complete the wider local site plan allocation, allowing much improved connectivity east-west between Bromley by Bow and West Ham, as well as new connections north to Abbey Mills and the Greenway cycle route. We are also working alongside the council's regeneration team to secure the adoption of Twelvetrees Bridge and Twelvetrees Crescent. This will assist in improving local pedestrian and cycle routes, connections to public transport, and further accessibility to the industrial estates to the south. We've undertaken an extensive community engagement programme, seeing over 320 people come onto the site. We've also undertaken various project-related activities with over 300 local students, including work experience weeks. Next week, we'll be hosting more site visits as part of Newham Heritage Month for our third consecutive year. Feedback has shown widespread community support for our proposals, particularly the long-term safeguarding of the gas holders. This reflects other key stakeholder support. Finally, I'd like to thank officers for producing such a comprehensive committee report, and we fully support their recommendation to approve our applications. We have representatives from both St William and our project team here tonight to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for keeping to time as well. Can I ask that we go to the officer presentation, please?
Thank you, Chair. So item 10 relates to the Bromley by Bow Gasworks, located on Twelvetrees Crescent in Bromley by Bow. Slide 2 shows the site location and a recent aerial photograph, edged in red. The proposal site covers an area of approximately 9.3 hectares. It's predominantly vacant aside from the 7 Grade 2 listed gasholder structures and 4 cottages located to the northeastern boundary, demolished as part of the project. The site is bounded by Twelvetrees Crescent to the south, railway lines to the north, and the River Lee to the west. To the east is the Twelvetrees Park development, a phased mixed-use development which is currently under construction. The site is heavily contaminated by virtue of its historic use as a gasworks. The site is located within the setting of numerous listed assets and conservation areas. The site also accommodates a large area recognised as SINC, which is a site of importance for nature conservation. The site is fairly well connected by public transport modes, with several bus routes and Bromley by Bow and West Ham underground stations in walking distance. The site is located within flood zones 1, 2, and 3. The application site, together with Twelvetrees Park site, forms the Parcel 4 strategic site identified within the adopted local plan. A comprehensive master plan for the site allocation must deliver an employment-led mixed-use development, new local centre, Riverside Park, and access through the site, Twelvetrees Crescent, southwest, the West Ham station to the northeast. A viable strategy to safeguard the listed gas holders is also required. The proposals are linked via 3 applications, 2 listed building consent applications and a hybrid application consisting of phase 1 in detail and then 3 further outline components. In short, the 2 listed building applications seek consent for the assembly, restoration, refurbishment and re-erection of all above ground gas holder structures within the site. This would be inclusive of the below ground structure belonging to gas holder 4, which would then be relocated onto the footprint of the former gas holder 5, which is currently vacant, to create a mixed use public event space. With regards to the hybrid planning application, this seeks to deliver a phased mixed use development providing up to 2,200 residential units, commercial uses, community uses, and a drinking establishment with substantial public open space offer, including Riverside Park and ancillary landscaping, blue badge car parking and cycle parking, and a new means of access. As mentioned, the site is heavily contaminated and would therefore be remediated in its entirety. Slide 7 provides some photographs taken from and from wider views. The key planning issues which will be covered within this presentation are principle of development, housing, heritage, design, play space, landscaping, transport and ecology. All other material planning considerations are covered in detail within the committee report and update. In regards to principle of development, the proposals provide the opportunity to deliver a mixed-use development on a defunct utility site, whilst also providing a viable long-term strategy for the retention, refurbishment and enhancement of the listed gas holders, which would otherwise be left to further degrade without any prospects of maintenance. Officers note that the strategic site allocation within the adopted local plan requires the delivery of an employment-led development. Officers concede that the proportion of non-residential floor space compared to residential across the site is low. However, the development is anticipated to deliver 3,660 construction jobs and up to 330 end user jobs, which would make a significant contribution towards job creation in the borough. The Section 106 obligation has been agreed, which would ensure that 3,000 square metres of floor space would be safeguarded for micro businesses, small and medium enterprises and research and development, in line with the findings of the Council's Employment Land Review, which identifies need for different employment uses within the borough. This would also ensure that retail uses within the site are appropriately managed, meaning there would be no direct competition for the local centre, which would be situated within the 12 Trees Park side of the site allocation. Officers note that the emerging local plan allocation identifies that the site should bring forward residential development. However, no weight can currently be attributed to the emerging local plan document. Notwithstanding this, the proposal would deliver up to 2,200 residential units, which would make a significant contribution towards housing stock within the borough. And development would be delivered in accordance with overarching master planning principles set out within the local plan. This would include improvements to transport infrastructure, a significant public space offer, pedestrian connectivity between Bromley by Bow Gasworks and 12 Trees Park. Based on this, the principle of development is found acceptable and balanced, subject to further assessment of the scheme against other key planning considerations. Moving on to housing, the proposed affordable housing offer by a financial viability assessment, which has been independently reviewed by BMPP on behalf of the council. The review of the financial viability assessment concludes that 8% affordable housing would be the maximum that could be delivered within the site based on current variables. It is noted that whilst the affordable housing would be below the 35% targeted by the London plan expected for utility sites, all affordable housing units would be London affordable rent and therefore would be genuinely affordable for the residents. With regards to housing mix, the provision of family homes proposed within phase 1 of the development falls short of the target of 39% set out within the local plan. Therefore, as previously noted, a financial viability assessment accompanies the planning application. The 3-bedroom family size unit offer would constitute a significant shortfall against policy requirements. However, officers note that of the 275 2-bedroom units which are proposed, 80 would be oversized to accommodate 4 occupants. Additionally, larger family housing units are prioritised with bedrooms to serve 5 people rather than 4 people. 42 of these would be delivered within phase 1 of the development. Whilst officers acknowledge that the housing offer would not meet the minimum percentage set out in policy, it is agreed that viability and associated abnormal costs of the development provide reasonable justification for this. The housing mix proposed would still make a positive contribution to the overall quantum of housing within Newham. The applicant would enter into a Section 106 agreement, which would require early, mid and late stage viability reviews to be conducted, or that any surplus identified are directed towards the delivery of additional affordable housing or family housing on site or elsewhere within the borough. Based on this Section 106 agreement, on balance, the housing offer is considered acceptable. Moving on to heritage. The gas holders are the largest surviving Victorian group in the world. They are Grade 2 listed for their architectural and historic interest and group value. As such, significant heritage value is attributed to them. The gas holders are in very poor condition, both internally and externally, and have not been maintained since the gasworks have been decommissioned. Their restoration and refurbishment would therefore be of significant heritage benefit to the site. No more than 2 gas holders would be off-site at any one time. This would be secured via the Section 106 agreement. This would ensure that the harm to the group listing would only be on a temporary basis. Method statements, refurbishment and re-erection strategies, as well as paint finish for each gas holder, has been secured via planning condition to ensure restoration processes are carried out as sympathetically as possible. Divorce of the below-ground bell structure from the above-ground structure of gas holder 4 will result in less than substantial harm. However, the public benefit of the mixed-use public event space to be created on the footprint of gas holder 5 using this below-ground structure would outweigh the harm identified. It is also considered that the relocation of the below-ground structure onto gas holder 5 would provide consistency to the layout of the site, leaving only gas holder 3 without a gas holder structure. Gas holder 3 is centrally placed within the site and would be utilised as a water feature and a key area of public realm. Historic England have been consulted throughout the application process as well as at pre-app stage and are supportive of the proposed refurbishment works from a heritage perspective. In terms of heritage for the hybrid application, a built heritage townscape and visual impact assessment has been undertaken, which concludes that the development would have a negligible impact on neighbouring listed assets and conservation areas. Historic England and EIA consultants ACOM do not dispute this conclusion, and therefore officers agree with the findings of the visual impact assessment. The impact of the proposed infill buildings on the gas holder guide frames is considered to be less than substantial, given that the new build form would be introduced within the frames which does not currently exist. The infill buildings would also impact upon the ability to see the guide frames against the clear sky. The impact on the proposed pencil towers on the gas holder frames is considered also to be less than substantial due to their effect on the existing skyline, resulting in competition with the roof lines of buildings located within the Three Mills conservation area. The refurbishment and long-term maintenance of the structures, public benefits of the scheme, and the high-quality design of the buildings which would infill the gas holder structures is considered to outweigh the harm identified. A condition would be imposed on the paint finish of the gas holder frames to ensure that they remain prominent within the skyline and against the infill gas holder buildings. Subject to conditions and Section 106 obligations, the proposals are supported from a heritage perspective. Moving on to design, the application has been subject to 3 reviews by the Council's Design Review Panel, who have responded very positively to the scheme, describing it as shaping up to the most exciting developments in London. The applicant has also responded well to advice that has been provided by the DRP within reviews. The heights of the infill gas holder buildings would be 7 stories and 10 stories respectively. These would align with the local plan strategic site allocation height perimeters of between 8 and 12 stories. The pencil towers would be 15 stories and 21 stories respectively. This would exceed the perimeters set out within the site allocation. In the outline phase of development, the heights of future gas holder buildings would be informed by the height of the gas holder structures, whilst the tallest pencil tower, located in the northeast of the site, would be up to 32 stories in height. Notwithstanding the heights defined within the site allocation, the Newham characterisation study from 2022 provides a more up-to-date evidence base, sets out the approach to future appropriate building heights based on local character and prevailing heights of existing and consented developments. This study identifies that heights of up to 100 metres could be acceptable in this location, and therefore the building heights set out within the parameter plans would largely align with the characterisation study. It's considered that the proposed height and massing of the scheme is deemed to be appropriate in the context of the site, in relation to the existing listed gas holders, and in the developing context of the 12 Trees Park site, which is expected to deliver buildings comparable in height to the tallest within the Bromley by Bow gasworks site. The gas holder buildings and pencil towers have similar design typologies, which assists in the scheme being read cohesively and ensuring the group of gas holders continues to be celebrated as a group. The material palette uses a mix of brick and metalwork, which reflects the site's historic character and industrial past. External finishes and architectural detailing would be secured via condition to ensure that the design quality shown on the plans and documents submitted comes to fruition. RSHP as architect would be retained as a design guardian to ensure design continuity in future phases of the development. Subject to conditions and Section 106 obligations, the proposals are supported from a design perspective. And just following on from that, some indicative drawings of gas holders 1 and 2. Moving on to play space, the play provision proposed would exceed policy requirements for doorstep play and local play for children aged up to the age of 11. No play space would be provided for children aged 12 plus within this development phase. However, Free Mills Green is considered to be a suitable space for this age group to utilise for play, which is located within the 800-metre catchment defined by the GLA's play guidance. A planning condition would be secured requiring details of play space to be submitted and approved by the LPA prior to the occupation of each development phase to ensure quality and variety for all is provided. Subject to the condition, the play space offer is supported. This slide provides an overview of the landscape and public realm strategy for phase 1 of the development. Southern entrance from the 12 Trees Crescent serve as the primary pedestrian to the site. The existing iron fencing, which is currently in situ along the southern boundary, would be removed to provide openness to this part of the site. The three-lined approach to gas holder 2 would further assist in the sense of arrival to the site from 12 Trees Crescent. Water jets would be delivered to provide visual interest and encourage informal play, whilst benches, soft planting and short stay cycle parking will also be provided within this area. The public spaces around buildings are considered to be legible and inviting and would provide pockets of seating to encourage residents to meet. Doorstep play is located in close proximity to buildings, which would be delivered for children aged 0 to 4 years, which would benefit from natural surveillance. Native soft planting would be maximised with full details to be secured via planning condition. The pressure reduction system, located southwards of the pencil buildings, would be screened with soft and hard landscaping. This would be subject to a standalone planning application, which will be secured via Section 106 agreement and would be undertaken prior to the occupation of the first phase of development. Enclosed courtyards are also included within the centre of gas holder buildings with additional doorstep play and shade tolerant planting. A requirement of the strategic site allocation is for a riverside park to be a minimum of 15,000 square metres of parkland delivered along the riverside. List of play facilities, soft landscaping, public amphitheatre, which would serve the mixed-use event space, which would be situated on the footprint. The Riverside Park would be brought forward incrementally during each development phase to ensure it is not disregarded until the last phase of development when the event space would be delivered. This has also been secured via planning condition. A further requirement of the site allocation, ensuring permeability between Bromley by Bow and 12 Trees Park. This would provide access from 12 Trees Crescent in the southwest to West Ham Station in the northeast. Developments are complete. The applicant will collaborate with the developer of the neighbouring 12 Trees Park development to ensure that this is achieved. This is also included as a Section 106 obligation, which will require details of hard and soft landscaping, wayfinding, access arrangements and security measures to be submitted to the council for approval. In summary, the public realm and landscaping proposals are considered to be of high quality, make a positive contribution to the appearance and function of the new neighbourhood, whilst also enhancing 12 Trees Crescent, and would successfully integrate with the neighbouring 12 Trees Park development. The public space provision is therefore supported subject to conditions of Section 106 agreement. Moving on to transport, the existing access serving the PRS would be retained, whilst a secondary access would also be created east along 12 Trees Crescent. The development would be car-free, aside from accessible blue badge parking. This is welcomed given the PTAL rating of the site. 40 blue badge parking spaces would be provided within phase 1. 84 spaces would be provided site-wide, which would equate to just under 4%. This is marginally above London Plan requirements. However, some of these spaces could be allocated for non-residential uses should demand require. Car club membership for new residents and detail of car club bays would be provided by legal agreement. The site would deliver the requisite 20% active and 80% passive EV charging facilities in line with London Plan requirements, whilst additional accesses along Crows Road on the drawing shown on the slide would be delivered to facilitate the servicing of future phases. With regards to cycle parking, 1,036 long stay, 102 short stay spaces would be delivered within phase 1. This would align with London Plan requirements based on the number of residential units and commercial floor space. Residential long stay cycle parking would be provided within secure stores within gas holder buildings 1 and G2, as shown on screen, whilst short stay cycle parking would be distributed evenly at surface level. A mix of parking facilities would be provided to ensure that larger bicycles can also be accommodated. All details of cycle parking would be secured via condition. A financial contribution would also be made towards the mayoral cycle hire scheme to deliver docking stations in order to encourage the use of active transport modes from the site. A contribution of £2 million would be made to assist the Highways Authority in adopting 12 Trees Bridge and 12 Trees Crescent, which is currently barrier controlled and operated by the industrial estate. This would ensure that the highway is adequately maintained in the future and improvements to pedestrian, cycle and vehicular routes can be delivered. It would also be an advantage during the gas holder refurbishments and construction phase of the development, given that vehicles would no longer have to negotiate barrier entry to and from the site. This contribution has been secured in the legal agreement, whilst commitments to the future adoption of Crows Road, which runs through the site, is also covered. It's just a list of transport provisions that have been secured. Moving on to ecology. The site accommodates 26,460 square metres of habitat classified as a site of importance for natural conservation, of which 22,219 square metres is open mosaic habitat, recognised as being habitat of principal importance. This would be lost as a result of the site-wide decontamination and remediation strategy. The development would not be able to proceed without site-wide decontamination, and therefore the loss is justified. The development would bring forward a variety of ecological measures to compensate for the loss of this locally significant habitat, including mixed scrub, grassland, woodland, rain gardens, and other blue infrastructure, green walls, biodiverse roofs, and new tree planting. Bat and bird boxes would also be embedded within the development alongside habitat for invertebrates. The site would achieve an urban greening factor of 0.51, which would exceed policy requirements. However, due to the value attributed to the habitat on site, the development would still result in a net biodiversity deficit of just over 40%. As such, further ecological enhancements would be required off-site. There has been positive engagement with Natural England and the Council's climate action team to assist in identifying other sites within the borough where ecological enhancements could be achieved, including Star Lane Park and Hermit Road Recreation Ground. An obligation within the legal agreement has been secured, which will require the developer to submit details as to how improvements in these locations would be delivered, along with a biodiversity strategy, which would identify how biodiversity net gains could be achieved in each phase of the development by a range of on and off-site measures. With these controls in place, on balance, it is considered the proposals are acceptable from an ecological perspective. And just to add to that, the tree planting strategy is up on the screen. So as part of the decontamination works, 98 individual trees and 13 tree groups would be lost. However, 307 new trees, consisting of a variety of species and maturity, would be delivered to provide a net increase in the amount of trees on site. This slide summarises the key Section 106 heads of terms. Full details can be found within Appendix 4 of your committee report and the update report. In terms of the public consultation process, 33 neighbouring properties were consulted on the application. Site notices were also erected on 2 separate occasions around the site and within the local vicinity, covering around a mile radius. The application was also advertised within the local newspaper. 3 public comments were received in relation to the hybrid application, 2 objecting to the application and 1 providing a neutral view. These comments have been provided in full within the committee report and have been addressed accordingly. No public comments were received in relation to either of the 2 listed building consent submissions. So moving on to recommendation, the final 3 slides provide a recommendation for each application covered within the committee report. Firstly, with regards to listed building consent application 23-01937 LBC, members are asked to note the update report and resolve to agree the reasons for approval and delegate authority to the Director of Planning and Development to grant listed building consent subject to the conditions and heads of terms identified within the committee report. Similarly, in relation to listed building consent application 23-01938 LBC, members are asked to note the update report and resolve to agree the reasons for approval and delegate authority to the Director of Planning and Development, grant listed building consent subject to the conditions and heads of terms identified within the committee report. And finally, with regards to the hybrid planning application, members are asked to note the update report and resolve to agree the reasons for approval and also to refer the application to the GLA as a stage 2 referral and subject to the Mayor of London or delegated authorised officer advising that they are content for the council to determine the application, to delegate authority to the Director of Planning and Development to grant planning permission subject to planning conditions and the completion of a Section 106 agreement based on the heads of terms identified within the committee report. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. So with that, we'll move on to members' questions, items for discussion. Just for the minutes, before we carry on, I note that we've been joined by Councillor Raj Patel, who's unfortunately just joined us slightly too late in order to be able to participate in voting on this item. But don't worry, we have 2 more items for you to get your teeth into later. I should also declare that we have had a visit to this site. That was under the previous municipal year's makeup of the committee, so many of the members here weren't part of that visit, but Councillor Singh Verdi and myself visited the site. We were accompanied by Dan as planning officer, met with the applicants and were shown some proposed images from that stage of the application and were shown around the site as well. But the minutes could reflect that, please. Thank you. Now, first Councillor Griffiths, and then I see Councillor Shirley Fortune and then Councillor Masters.
Yeah, I've got 2 kinds of questions. The first one is about the adoption of the road and the bridge. Should I assume that bridge is entirely Newham's responsibility, not shared with Tower Hamlets, and there's no dispute about that. The other one is I'm a bit concerned about the materials that these 19th century structures are made of. Whether they're vulnerable to damage during the process of demolition, transport and re-erection, because I wonder if they're wrought iron or cast iron or something a lot more fragile than modern steel.
So with regards to the highway, the bridge is all within Newham's jurisdiction. So Tower Hamlets begins on the other side of Bow Creek. So in that regard, it would be down to Newham as the dot, but that would be in consultation with Tower Hamlets as an adjoining authority. I think I'll defer to the developer team in terms of the refurbishment process.
Yeah, it is a very sensitive operation, the refurbishment. We've been engaging with specialists on this for a number of years now. So we've undertaken detailed surveys of the structures, and as a result of that, we have a good understanding of their current state. I mean, it's actually going to take about 6 months to take down each frame, and it's done in a very, very sort of piecemeal way. Each column, there's a special frame that's created to encase the column, and then that's separated down and then loaded really carefully onto the back of a lorry. And actually the consultant that we use, the specialist consultant that we use to refurbish the gas holders, is based up in Sheffield. So that all has to be done. That transit is all done very, very carefully. There are a number of planning conditions and listed building consent conditions which are in place to set out the methodology for how we would actually undertake the dismantling and the transportation of the gas holders. But you know, this is something that we are undertaking on another site at Bethnal Green with the same set of specialist contractors. They also worked on the gas holders at King's Cross. So they have a knowledge base around how you deal with these types of structures. They are fragile, you're absolutely right. And that's the reason why you have to create this additional frame to support them. Once you start taking them apart, the rigidity of the circular structure goes. And so you've got to try and find a way to support it independently. Sorry, I hope that answers your question.
That is a really important question, Alan. Thanks for raising it. I think something that struck us on the site visit was obviously not only how very striking the structures are, but also how incredibly finely detailed they are once you get up close to them. And that's something that obviously isn't apparent to everybody, which nevertheless really needs preserving, you know, for two reasons. Partly, obviously, because the costs of that are part of what's built into your viability, which I'm sure we'll come to, but also because East London is an area which is so rich in history, but it is generally the history of working class people. And so it's not generally a history that we see or are aware of. So I think sites like this offer a really important chance to show the history of East London in a way that's really kind of practical and tangible. So
just as a follow-on, so when they're actually being refurbished, there is also a sort of a traffic light system which Historic England have in place. So depending on the nature of the defect of the gas holder, you know, determines whether or not the specialist can get on and refurbish, or whether or not you would have to go back to Historic England in consultation with you as an authority to say there's more structural damage here than we anticipated, and therefore we need to do more refurbishment work than we thought at the outset.
Thank you. Mads.
Thanks. Like Historic England, I think we really welcome the principle of heritage-led regeneration that's going on here. And we have, I'm sure many of us have got experience of the King's Cross site that you've already mentioned, which is, you know, a very, very pleasant place to be and spend time, and I'm sure a lovely place to live. However, people like me and most people in Newham can't afford to live in King's Cross, and I'm a little concerned that whilst you are building a very welcome 2,200 housing units, that actually it will be making very little difference to the housing needs of the people of Newham, not just because of the offer of the family units, which you're going to be 32% in deficit to what we normally require. And I'm rather concerned that what will happen when the majority of even the 2-bed units become too small for the occupants. The majority, from what I can see from the plans, are actually 1 double, 1 single. They're not particularly spacious, those apartments, compared to what else is on the market locally. I'm very concerned about where people will move on to, or will they become overcrowded in those facilities, which will be very expensive, and I take it with very expensive service charges as well. So can you give us a bit more of an understanding? Well, sorry, wrong question. I think we understand why you've gone for this layout, but I don't feel that it meets the borough's needs.
Okay, so sort of a number of sort of questions in there. I think firstly, what you're seeing in detail this evening is just the first phase of the development. And I will admit there is a bias towards smaller homes in that phase. And that's a deliberate move for two key reasons, really. Firstly, it helps support the viability because those types of homes are easier to sell.
Basis.
Yeah. But the second reason, and I think this is really key, is that a development of this scale will the amenities, particularly like the open space, but also community facilities and things, will come into the scheme in over phases. And what we found on larger developments is the demand for family homes becomes more apparent in those later phases when people can actually see this is a place that they would want to be as a, to live as a family.
Mind if I stop you?
Yeah, sure.
Not actually answering my question. Well, my question was unclear. I do agree with that. I'm not asking about when you are releasing certain types of property. And I understand why you do the smaller units first, because you can then get the money back to pay for the second 3 phases. We understand how the finance works for these larger organisations, although thank God we don't have to count up the money and make it work. What we do have to scrutinise is the benefit for our residents, not just of having such a lovely place to live available within Newham, but whether it is actually going to be available to anybody within Newham and whether it actually meets Newham residents' needs.
Okay, so I think the other benefit of smaller homes is that they are more affordable. So in respect of the private sale, they are more affordable. We are offering in phase one, we are offering affordable homes. I appreciate it's not to the level that members would want, but there are affordable homes in there. So that is a direct benefit for residents of Newham. And the quality of those homes, I appreciate quantity, it's not there, but the quality of those homes, the environment that people will be living in on this development is exceptional. And it is going to be a really fantastic place for people to live. So whilst it's not providing the numbers of homes that you would want for the benefit of a wider range of residents in Newham, it is providing benefits in terms of those affordable homes which are coming forward. I mean, outside of the housing, there are other big benefits that we think are coming forward for the community. Clearly, the heritage restoration is one, but the provision of open space and community facilities is another.
The thing is, it's only 7% affordable homes for rent.
So in phase one, it's 13% by unit number, 17% by HAB room. So yes, it is a smaller proportion, but I think, and I no doubt we'll come on to the viability, but it is a direct result of the complexities and the challenges of bringing forward this type of site. I mean, dealing with those 7 listed gas holders is a huge task.
Yeah,
it's very expensive, yes.
And I take it, what's the level of contamination around the gas holders?
Well, you've got contamination in and around the gas holders. So in the tank. So the structures were never meant to be left. They were always functional with gas inside them. Now, clearly, since the gas is no longer inside them, you've had rainwater and sort of sludge. So they're 14 meters deep and they're filled with sludge, which is contaminated. So we have quite a task in actually, decontaminating the internal of the gas holder as well as the external. This was part of the wider gasworks site. So there is contamination across all of it. In different degrees, and so there is quite a sizable remediation package that we need to undertake to clean the site up.
While we're on the topic of the affordable homes, I just wanted to double check because our papers talk about all of the affordable provision from this application being social rent, but I think you mentioned London affordable rent in your presentation.
That's correct. So there's been some confusion throughout, given the given the engagement that we've had with the GLA, who define London affordable rent sometimes as social rent, and that's not the case. So there's some confusion there. Whilst it wouldn't be social rent, it would still be London affordable rent, which is still defined as genuinely affordable by London plan standards.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Masters.
Thank you. I'm kind of following on from Councillor Ponting's question. If officers can correct me, 35% is the London plan level of homes for social rent, isn't it? And I think we tend to aim for about 50. So how could we get up to even the sort of London plan level? What would have to go to enable that, given that, you know, obviously we want the refurbishment of the gasometers because that's the whole reason for sort of delivering this development. What could we do away with elsewhere to get us up to that level of 30% homes for London affordable rent, if not social rent?
So I think the honest answer to that is you would have to get rid of the gas holders, and they are of the significant exceptional abnormal cost that is the term that we use. And the site is unique because of the 7 listed gas holders, and not only are they individually listed, but they are on each individual listing. The value of the group is also highlighted. So I think I think it's quite a difficult question to answer, because hypothetically, you know, you could, if there weren't gas holders on this site, you could have 12 trees part 2, and you could secure 35, maybe 40% affordable with that density. Well, we just don't have that ability on this site. If you're thinking about the density of what we have on this site, I think it's 226 ab rooms per hectare. Now on the Barrett site, which I think was approved just before Christmas, it's the Count Wharf site, which is just sort of 10 minutes to the south. The hab room hectare there is 1,500. So we're constrained by sorry. If you kept the gas holders, you'd have to max out the density across the site. You've got the sensitivity of the setting of the listed buildings. You've got the sensitivity of 3 mills on the conservation area to the north and the views back onto the site. So in terms of being able to keep the gas holders and deliver 35% affordable, you can't do it under policy or the current economic conditions. I think what we've agreed to is there is a review mechanism in place. I mean, I think everybody will be aware that outside of the sort of challenges that we have with the site itself, there's some wider economic challenges that we've had to deal with, plus regulatory changes like the second staircase and dealing with updated fire regulations. So there's been a series of headwinds that we've had to deal with. And what we've done, where we are now, is that this is the maximum reasonable affordable homes we can deliver based on the site as it is, you know, with all, you know, and keeping in the gas holders. The review mechanism allows additional affordable homes to come forward if economic conditions improve. Sorry, I'm not sure. Is that?
No, you completely answered my question. Am I allowed 2 more if they're really, really quick ones?
If they're quick, yes.
Okay.
I can see other hands as well.
I've got 2 other concerns. One is the fact that 43% of the properties are non-compliant in terms of levels of daylight on, I think that's on page 200 of the report. I'm just wondering whether that will be clearly shared in the marketing of the properties and what that feels like being in a home that doesn't have a full allocation of daylight, given the impact of that on mental health. And then my second one, really, really quickly, is about car-free developments. I know the chair's sort of aware that I get slightly nervous about these, but I think just looking at the sheer scale of this development, I'm just wondering whether in this case, whether we don't have to provide some level of parking, given we're talking about 632 units, that must surely include people who need to have cars for family needs, for business-related transport. It just doesn't feel like, as a country, we're at a stage where on a development of this scale, we can just be not in this borough.
Okay, can I answer the second part first?
Yeah.
So I think TfL would be probably going against what you've said around the car parking. I mean, they're pretty clear that they are trying to push for virtually car-free development. We are offering just over the sort of 3% minimum that they normally ask for on urban development. So there is slightly more than there would have been. But I think one of the benefits of the car club, and I think the car clubs have been really successful on our sites in London, because they do offer people that alternative if they don't want to have a car. And actually, the affordability of cars at the moment is quite high, isn't it? So I think the car club works really, really well. I think the site itself is really well located to public transport, particularly when it opens up with the connection through to 12 Trees. So you're going to have Bromley by Bow and also West Ham stations available within a very short walk time. And also, I think we are offering contributions to improving cycle and pedestrian networks. So you've got connectivity by bike down to Canary Wharf, for example, or to the city. So I think that we feel comfortable, even though TfL push you into this position, we feel comfortable that the level of car parking for a development of this scale is okay, and we've seen that works on other similar developments. In fact, we do find that on historic developments where we have larger car parks, they're not that well used. And sorry,
Pick up the question about light.
Sunlight daylight. Yeah, I think the biggest compromises really are in the what we call the gas holder buildings, and that's really as a result of them trying to conform to the gas holder frame, basically. The gas holder frame is the star of the show. The building is sort of sitting to provide the backdrop to that. We've worked really hard, so we did revise our plans, and we revised our plans based on comments from your officers and the GLA, and we've increased the window sizes of all the properties now in the gas holders buildings, and that has improved performance. I think that the levels of sunlight daylight we've seen on other developments of this scale are pretty good. And I also think what you have here, even if you're sort of a single aspect unit, you've got great aspect. You're either looking onto other gas holders or open space. So yes, there are compromises, but we've never found sunlight daylight for homes being sold. You're right that people will make a decision on what they want to pay for a property on. They go and look and see whether or not it has all of those, the sort of residential amenity they would expect. So I think we've worked really hard to try and get to the best point we can based on the constraints of trying to work within the gas holder frames.
Can I just follow that up and ask you about the ventilation and overheating of single aspect homes? Because I think there's two things to double aspect. Obviously, there's the light and the kind of view or sense of space, if you like, but also the ability for the property to cool down, particularly during extremely hot summers.
Yeah, I mean, planning has become a real juggling act, because you've got contradictory policy around noise, heating, and sunlight daylight, and because you want properties to open their windows, but then there's concerns that there's too much noise, so they can't open their windows. But I think on all of the properties that we've assessed them based on where they are on the site. We have got a rail line nearby, we have got a road nearby. So we've had to, in certain homes, we've had to include some form of mechanical ventilation to ensure that residents are comfortable. I think what we do have on some of the buildings, particularly the gas holder buildings, the balconies are quite deep. So as a consequence of restricting sunlight daylight, they actually work really well in preventing overheating. So we feel that the residential amenity around around overheating is acceptable for the site. The majority of homes can include those, but those which are closest to the sort of the noisiest boundary conditions will have mechanical ventilation.
Thank you. I see lots of other hands up. I am going to call on the chair of the design review panel as well in a moment. James, did you have your hand up? We haven't heard from you yet.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just going to report to page 236 and 237, and it's about the sink and the kitchen line. And it's going to be a significant loss of that. I think if you were Shire, sometimes that would come to committee and there'd be quite an uproar about it, but we are an urban area. But my questions around what does replacement look like from 460 says the final option is to deliver compensation off-site, and 458 says the HPI must be compensated accordingly. So what's that? Is that financial? Is that planting more trees elsewhere, providing more money for us, green roofs on different developments? And my second question is around jobs, and especially around what type of jobs that the scheme will deliver. Yes, it's 35% policy compliance. Like, now I assume I'm speaking to the committee. The jobs, I guess, to be cascaded around lower level, lower skilled jobs, but more towards foremen, skilled operators, project managers. And will you use your brokerage services within the borough to help fill gaps?
Okay. To answer the first point around the sink, so it is an issue. I think the sink was designated in 2015. The site was decommissioned in 2012, and National Grid really didn't maintain the site. And as a result, from the decommissioning, this habitat has grown basically. And now it's a brownfield site. It is allocated for development, but it now has this sort of rich habitat on it. We invited Natural England to come to the site because we wanted to highlight to them that the introduction of the biodiversity net gain, in certain circumstances, it's a great concept, but there are challenges around urban sites and how, on a site like Bromley by Bow, where you've got to clear the site because you have to remediate it to create it to be safe for public access and to be able to refurbish the gas holders. How do you deal with the consequence of removing the habitat? Just to put it into context, because I think, whilst we are, if we'd remediated the site and there was a baseline condition, we would be 135% net gain on site. So if the habitat hadn't existed and it was just a sort of a tarmac brownfield site, what we are delivering is 135% BNG net gain. I don't want to get too technical, but I feel it's really important to try and sort of set out what we are doing on the site, because we're creating this 24.2 habitats, which in BNG terms is really positive. The Crown and Mayor Parish scheme, which was the Barrett scheme, although they are achieving 3,502% BNG net gain, they are only providing 3.6 habitat units. So we are providing a really rich, biodiverse habitat across the site. But we appreciate that we can't get back to being biodiverse net gain because of the existing nature of the site. So we've met with your climate action team, Jacob Heitman, and we've got a meeting with them very soon to discuss not only how we deal with the biodiversity net gain offsetting, so how we can use the carbon offset payment that we're making as well, combination to deliver a real enhancement to whatever green spaces that they put forward, where they want to run new initiatives. So and we are happy we've suggested we do a case study with your climate change team to share with Natural England to say, look, when it comes to BNG, don't get these credits spent in Scotland or Wales or north of England. They need to be spent in urban areas. They need to be spent in the borough where the development is taking place. So we feel really passionately about that. So if the site was, as I said, if it was a standard brownfield site, we would be, far exceeding what the requirement is. The problem is because the existing condition has been allowed to sort of fester, and as a consequence, we are quite down now on our BNG. But so there will be, it is financial as well as yeah, so there will be financial contributions to assist in that. So does that?
Yeah, that was part of the question. Yeah, that's part of it. Just to understand, would it be financial, or would you be assisting in terms of an actual physical landscape in another development, rather than just giving your money to Historic England and for them to deliver a scheme in another part of the country where it's much needed here in this area, as we are losing quite a significant green and wild space. It's probably not an area of natural beauty, but it's still quite a significant area for us.
Yeah, and I think there are opportunities with the River Lee as well. I think the River Lee environment is has potential for BNG opportunities. So I think we're working with your officers. Look at existing green spaces in Newham which could be improved and enhanced and offer biodiversity opportunities. So that we are committed to doing. The second point was around jobs. Yeah,
levels that they will be.
So there's the standard Section 106 obligation, which requires us to make a contribution. I think in this case it's about £4.5 million, which is to assist in generating employment opportunities. However, we've also asked for an additional obligation to look at how we can improve on the current arrangements. There are issues with apprenticeships in London. There are shortages of apprenticeships. And also sometimes, depending on the nature of the project, apprentices may have to move around sites in order to complete their training. So we've met with Darren Mackin, from the council, to look at how can we do something bespoke with Berkeley. We've got, I think, 4 development sites within your borough. It's a fantastic opportunity. So we are looking about how we can go beyond the standard Section 106 requirement and think about how can we really deliver for residents of the borough, and to try and get people interested in, we call it the built environment now because it sounds a bit more sexy than construction, but to go out to schools, to go out and start educating, but letting students see what opportunities are available in the built environment. And that's not just carrying bricks around on the site. We have architects, surveyors, planners. There's a range of careers that can come from that. So so there is an obligation around how we can explore that with the council to try and really, make the best of this opportunity that we have with not only with Bromley by Bow, but then the other sites that Berkeley have as well.
That's helpful, thank you. I'm just going to bring in Harvinder, and then I can also see Mads, and I saw Lewis. After Harvinder, I'm going to go to Toby, who's the chair of our design review panel.
Yeah, thank you. Obviously, as the chair mentioned, I had the opportunity to go on site to have a look around. I would say and recommend members, if we are given a further opportunity, to go before the work starts there. It'd be really interesting. And I would like to take the opportunity, if it does arise, to go back again to have a look around. On page 217, we talk about the play facility that's available, and also the provision for 12 to 17, which is going to come later on in the phases. In between that timescale, do we have any plans of what we're going to try to do, apart from the 3 Mill site, to be able to offer that? That's a simple question.
So yes, so the GLA raised this point as well, and the condition around how we deliver the open space has been amended, that we have to provide details of how we're dealing with children's play space, even as an interim measure. Clearly, when the development is complete, there'll be a wide range of activities for all ages across the site. But we appreciate that we need to detail how the different age groups are going to benefit from each phase of the development when it comes forward. So that's a requirement of the planning condition. So it may be that in the first phase, or certainly early in the first phase, we may have to rely on something like 3 Mills. However, it is our intention to deliver part of the Riverside Park pretty much alongside phase 1, particularly to open up the river edge. And so we do think there will be opportunities to cater for all age groups on the site quite quickly. But we are tasked to sort of set that out and to clarify how each age group would be off, what they're offered and how that would work for the particular phase of that development.
Can I just add? So I have seen some fishermen there along the river there, is this something which you could add to the children as a starting point if there would be some interest?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Along the banks there,
Yeah.
there are people that do fish along there.
Oh, yes.
Whether there is fish or not, I'm not certain. But it would give us the opportunity for the 12 to 17s, an area to explore.
Yes.
For the future. So if you could take that back and consider as a starting point for those children.
Yeah, and I think that, we have done on other developments, we've put temporary sort of green gym equipment in and other things in. So there are different measures that we can do, and that clearly needs to be agreed through planning condition. But I like the idea of fishing. I think that's it. But as I say, I'm not sure that there are many fish in the River Lee.
I just remember there's John down the road from my house who always goes out. Good talk to him.
And I think access to waterways is a really important part of planning and part of
I know, I understand.
planning policy is trying to open up. Obviously, this is a really huge and really important development. I'm also aware that time is ticking on and trying to balance those two things. With that in mind, I'm going to go to the chair of the design review panel, then come back to the additional questions that we've got. And I'm just going to gently ask people to just keep their submissions or questions or indeed answers relatively brief so that we can move on through this huge range of material. Toby, I was really keen to hear from you about what the experience had been like of working with the applicants and where you thought we'd got to in terms of the design.
Well, we met the applicants on 3 occasions and had a very constructive dialogue in what is obviously a sort of incredibly challenging site. I think we were always supportive of the aspiration for the development to be sort of the form of the development to be dictated by the existing gas holders, and that's producing a proposal that I think, as we said in the report, will be unique and very special. There's obviously a sort of ongoing tension about how to make the project viable, given the investment in the restoration and of the gas holders themselves. And I think, we were keen to sort of make sure that the sort of quality of the new insertions didn't suffer as a result. And I think there were some suggestions in the last report which, we would be keen for the applicants to take on board in that respect. I think there was one sort of open question, which is sort of how much, given the sort of unique nature of this site, it's a destination, and how much it's more a sort of a community. And it feels like at the moment it's falling somewhere between the two, and it would be nice to sort of encourage the applicant to come up with a sort of vision for for creating a destination, particularly with this new restored frame, which is proposed on the edge of the sink. So it feels, we're very excited by the proposal. We think it'll be a real asset for the borough, but we hope that some of the sort of interesting ideas are sort of developed further into the sort of detail of the scheme.
That's really helpful, thank you. I'll just conclude that by adding, not so much for this applicant team as for any other teams for the future that might be watching, just about how very carefully we as lay members weigh the responses from our design review panel and how much weight we give to that when we're weighing up our decisions, and how pleased we always are when we hear about applicants who've worked in a really collaborative way to solve some of the problems or the questions that all applications inevitably bring up. I'm going to go next to Madeline and then to Lewis.
Okay, quickly following on to, for brevity's sake, looking back at page 217, I'm not really happy about the fact that there's, no play space offered for 12 to 17-year-olds. Do you expect 12 to 17-year-olds to live in this development?
Sorry, I think, in the completed development, I think there will be opportunities for all ages. I think what we are facing, there are challenges around delivering the full quantum of play space that's required for all ages at different stages of the development. Primarily phase one, because that is it's kind of ring fenced the boundary of that particular phase. But what we are looking for is to deliver the part of the Riverside Park that sits directly north of phase one, that would then come up to the edge of what is the gas holder 5, where the below ground structure would land. So to create that as an area of open space that could have a range of facilities in there, coming back to the point around opening up the river edge fishing. But so we've got to detail that through a condition submission. So we have to highlight how we are dealing with each age group's play provision. And it may mean that there are, so for example, with the older age groups, that may be, I'll be honest, that may be difficult immediately in phase one, but the quicker we can deliver the Riverside Park, then clearly we can deliver the facilities.
I'm responding to your own graph. It says 0. Page 214.
Yeah, but that's phase one. Yeah, that's for phase one.
It doesn't say here, it's just for phase one.
It is related to phase one.
The last
It's phase one.
Oh, right. Apologies to those watching online. We've just had some furniture fall down. We're just going to pause for a couple of minutes while we just get ourselves back into order.
Thank you. No, I'm okay. I've just my
We've lost the live feed anyway.
You need to push it up.
So the house
In the meeting, we can't lose.
That's better.
Can we get you some water as well?
But Shirley is very precious to all of us.
We think we might have gone offline. We're just going to double check.
Okay, yeah.
Are we back online?
Yeah.
So you don't need to take 5.
We can still, we're still connected.
Thank you. We should be ready to start again in just a moment.
Yeah, that's.
Thank you. This is a long meeting and it is getting warm in here, which is allowing some ventilation as well.
Shirley has to concentrate more than us. Right, sorry.
Yes, but I'm picked up by the microphones, but thank you.
Sorry, thank you for that. I failed to miss the phase one at the bottom of the page.
Yes, and that's okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Moving on from that. The gas structures, the gas tank structures under frames, are they actually on Historic England's What's Risk or Structures at Risk register?
Not yet. Not as of yet.
But there's no yet. They either are or they aren't.
They are. No.
So they're not at risk. The site was decommissioned in 2012, and therefore they're still viable structures and at risk of any further degradation of the still work in the short term.
So, sorry, we had to direct. So I'm trying to keep my answer short, but before we actually got involved in pre-application discussions, we had to do a listing enhancement application with Historic England to go back and revisit the listings from 1984. Basically, because the site had been decommissioned, and it was about understanding what the nature of the list, whether the net listing was still relevant, whether it's above ground and below ground structure. So we did that before we'd started any pre-app. Historic England have confirmed that the only reason these structures are not on the building at risk register is because there is a planning application pending for their refurbishment. If this application hadn't come forward, the view was that they would have gone out to look at putting them potentially on the building at risk register.
Okay, it's just I used to maintain the register. That's why I was asking.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, with regards to daylight and single aspects of windows, which again you spoke about earlier, one of the reasons that we are so concerned about this we have had a number of properties that because they are single, they therefore have not enough ventilation. I know you've mentioned about the mechanical ventilation, which is of course something as a borough we're trying to move developers away from because we're trying to bring down the carbon creation that is caused by that, and also to enhance people actually living in a more natural environment. So I do have concerns about that as well. I haven't read anywhere, perhaps it's my mistake and it's in a different phase, but what's the percentage of accessible units?
So we meet policy requirement, which is 10%.
At 10%. Okay, because within the borough we have higher than 10% need, and we have a lot of people who are single or couples within families for accessible places. Those accessible units, what size bedrooms are those?
There's a range across different size types.
I think the last thing was with regards to the fact that I know that you're going to pay offset for the bringing down the amount of carbon capture that can be undertaken by the replanting of the landscaping of the new estate. But as you're aware, this development is between two very major heavily used roads and also the tube line, which is heavily used not only for passenger trains, but also there's a number of other trains that use that line for maintenance, etc. And of course, you're just south of the main railway lines running into Stratford. So I am concerned about the level of green space. Actually, I know it's got to become less than what's there because you are building something, but it's a shame there isn't a way in which you can enhance further what is being replaced in terms of green space.
So in terms of green space, actually, we're delivering, over 70% of the site will be open, and most of that is green. There's a significant amount of open space being delivered on the site. So actually, whilst you've got habitat on the site at the moment, there still are areas of hard standing which are not green. I take your point around the sort of the A12, the A13, proximity of the rail line, etc. But actually, the air quality of the site has been tested through the EIA assessment and was considered acceptable. The carbon offset is related to the energy strategy we use in air source heat pumps, and actually, in terms of carbon, we're just over 70% saving, which again is really good. But I take your point. I mean, I think we have considered, the all open space, the offer there, the tree planting. We're trying to put back considerably more trees that are on the site there, and hopefully that will provide, a really fantastic environment for people to enjoy.
Thank you.
Lewis, did I see that your question had already been dealt with?
It had indeed, Chair.
Chair, just a point.
If I can take a question from you.
I was just going to clarify. I was going to ask a question, but I'm aware that I won't be able to take part in the vote. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And Chair, neither will I.
Oh, is that because you left the room at one point?
Yeah. May I proceed?
Yes, please do.
I'm just going to breeze through these and be as expeditious as possible in the interest of time, but some of them are a repetition, which I appreciate, although there hasn't been an answer by the applicant. So I just wanted to pick up on those and a few other points. So in terms of housing delivery, I do voice that concern of the 32% deficit, although I do appreciate the overall scheme and some of the benefits that it does deliver, although I do think it's quite a big deficit given the overall development and sort of the offsets. I still don't think it's a reasonable offset or offsets to actually make. I do think is highly concerning, in fact. And I know that Councillor Masters and Councillor Shirley Fortune actually picked up on that, so I just want to reiterate that. In terms of my other point was around SUDS and the public realm element. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't see any mention of sustainable urban drainage systems within the, sort of the infrastructure that you've proposed. So I wanted some clarification around that, and if there is any information, that will be how that would actually work. Again, the play areas. Councillor Pointed actually made a good point around, are you expecting, sort of people aged 12 to 17 to actually live there? I assume you are. But in the first phase, I know you clarified that's for the first phase, but I was disappointed to see that if there is nothing and we're going to redirect residents of that age to, another facility. In terms of trees, I know there's a big program around replanting trees. Can I just have some assurances around the species of trees and whether they will, the species of trees that you're looking to take out will be the ones that you're going to replant in terms of the, sort of maintaining that biodiversity element. Fine, I've got a list of about 20 things here, but I won't go through them, Chair. But my final point, which Councillor Beckles actually picked up on, was what, sort of what kind of jobs are going to, is there some assurances around what level of jobs, and could you put some clarity around what kind of jobs, what level of jobs will be offered to new residents specifically? I think I'll leave it there because
Thank you.
We'll be here all night.
I don't propose to ask you to reopen some of the issues that we've talked about before. So perhaps I could just ask you to briefly address the issues of sustainable urban drainage and also around the trees and particularly around the species and the idea of like for like. And perhaps we could entrust the other issues, which I know are important to committee members, around ongoing concerns about affordable housing, play space and jobs. We could perhaps ask you to continue to take that up with officers, depending on what happens after tonight.
So in terms of SUDS, there are measures proposed. You may have seen that on the images, there's a former gas holder number 3 is a water feature. It's a huge, it's 60-metre diameter, so it's the base of the old gas holder 3. So rainwater runoff will be collected in that as well. So that's one of the measures. There are also attenuation tanks that are put beneath the parkland. And then also we've got proposing green roofs on most of the buildings. So that's quite a substantial SUDS approach that we're using on this site. In terms of trees, I mean, everything that we do, although we provided a design and access statement, which has got a landscape strategy in there, the tree planting species, etc., will all be subject to being dealt with by our planning conditions. So your officers would have the final say on the type of species which would come forward on the site. Clearly, we will be finding trees that we think are the right trees for the site, taking into account the conditions that are on the site. So, but if that means planting species that are being removed, I don't see why that would be an issue.
Officers have also just pointed out to me that on page 292, condition C4 requires a sustainable urban drainage scheme as part of the proposed permission. There were just another couple of things that I wanted to highlight quickly. I think it's been really interesting for us as a committee. We do see a lot of these kind of large developments, and what's really interesting about this one is it is something that is incredibly different and distinctive, which I think has been really welcome. And I think the heritage use has been really welcome. I know there was some concern from some people, respondees, including the Victorian Society, about the principle of removing the inner workings of gas holder 4, I think, and putting that elsewhere. But for me, actually, that's almost one of the most interesting bits of the whole scheme, because you then take that out and people can see it, and it becomes a kind of pergola structure, which again, just struck me as something really very, very different and very unique to these kinds of schemes that we've seen before. I also noticed that you're targeting BREEAM Excellent, which I think is something that we can really welcome too. I think it's probably time for us to move to the vote. Can I ask please that you share your screen, Dan? Can I double check please with officers? Obviously, we've got several applications. Do we need to take, is it 2 or 3 separate votes for this one? 3 votes. In which case, is this the recommendation for the first of them?
So this is the recommendation for the first listed building consent, which relates to all of the listed building structures other than gas holder 4 and the below ground structure.
Thank you. So again, the recommendation from officers is that we note the update report and resolve to agree the reasons for approval. Can I ask those in favour, apart from those who aren't able to vote, to please raise their hands? And that is unanimous of those of us who are able to vote. Thank you. And the second decision?
This will be through the second listed building consent, which relates to gas holder 4 and the below ground structure.
Thank you. As before, we're asked to note the update report and agree the reasons for approval, etc. Can those in favour please raise their hands? Thank you.
And the final recommendation for the hybrid application for the redevelopment of the site.
Thank you. Exactly as before, we note the update report and we're asked to agree the reasons for approval and to refer this application to the Mayor of London as a stage 2 referral. Those in favour, please show your hands. And those against? And any abstentions? Thank you very much. Thank you to the applicant team. We would, as Councillor Singh-Verdi said, very much welcome the chance to come back to the site in the future, and we hope to hear more from you about how the project progresses. As before, you're welcome to stay, but I understand
Okay, if
you may need to leave.
just add into the heating.
I'm going to allow just a couple of moments for the applicants for that last item to leave the room before we move on to agenda item number 11.
Go inside. You need to go there. Thank you. It's really done. It's narrow, and you do this. Go with
Doesn't matter. Don't care if it's 7.
I wonder whether we should raise so much to officers on that one. That must have been so much work.
It was keep us in business for a long time.
You know, I thought it was so interesting. I was reading through it again, and so many of the things that they've introduced with ECNF, I was worried wouldn't come through final application.
But here we are now.
I don't know what the circular water picture as well. I just think it's going to be really, really nice. So yeah, we'll see.
Do the same.
How are we doing? So have you paying and ask to close that door? And then we're just back again. If everyone is ready.
Hi, how you doing?
Right, good.
It's been a long day.
Really has, yeah.
Right, we're going to move on to agenda item 11. Moment for everyone to take their seats. This agenda item is the land at Royal Albert Way. As the applicants all readjust themselves, now we have slightly fewer people in the room. Would you like to make a presentation, or are you here to take questions?
Yes, I'll make a short presentation.
Of course. Do you have slides that you'd like to share, or are you just going to talk verbally?
I'm just going to talk.
Okay, you'll have up to 5 minutes. I will set a timer on my phone. I'll try to give you a wave when you get to 2 minutes.
I won't take.
Oh, you'd be surprised. I'll set it just in case. Surprise me.
All right.
We're ready when you are.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. I'm David Maxwell, owner of phase 1 of the Royal Albert Docks development, or RADS, as I'm sure you know. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak tonight. The application before you follows significant research to establish viable and sustainable uses for the rest of buildings. Through guidance with you and council's members and officers at pre-app stage, we've devised these final proposals which respond to current planning policy. In formulating these plans, we've benefited from significant feedback from the local community through 2 public exhibitions, a live streamed webinar, and a development control members forum. Nearly 10,000 letters were sent out to local residents seeking their questions and comments. Step 1 of the vision is the repurposing of 2 of the 5 existing blocks to create 628 student bedrooms, 220 of which will be affordable. Subsequently, we will be introducing classrooms along with a mixture of offices, healthcare and science uses within the remaining building. Collectively, these will be a self-sufficient campus and ecosystem in which to live, study and work. Engagement with local people and businesses has told us that half a decade of inactivity at RAD has resulted in confusion and disappointment in the community. Our proposals for an education-led campus have generated excitement, as evidenced by support from local stakeholders, including UEL, Buhler, Chamber of Commerce and local residents. The proposed scheme is an internal refurbishment with very limited impact on the existing building facades and no change to overall height and massing. The sustainability and environmental credentials of this approach to development are clear and align with the London Plan's circular economy and whole life carbon objectives. Our proposals adapt and enhance the existing buildings and landscape to suit the new proposed uses. Phase 1 buildings are actually particularly well suited to conversion to student bedrooms and will be delivered and fully operational for the academic year 2026. Speed of delivery is vital. The number of private houses in Newham being used solely by students almost doubled between 2011 and 2021. This has placed additional pressure on general housing supply, pushing up prices and reducing availability. But quality is also important in delivering a place to live. The proposed scheme delivers generous room sizes with exceptionally large and varied communal areas. Operators of student accommodation have emphasised the importance of communal spaces in promoting social well-being amongst the student community, and these comments have been incorporated into the final design. Combining this with the excellent secure by design aspects of the scheme will result in a safe and high-quality living environment for students.
2 minutes left.
Affordability is a key credential of this application and future applications at RAD. Not only will 35% of the rooms at RAD be designated as affordable and secured as such in perpetuity by Section 106 agreement, but we believe all remaining rooms will be priced account to the broader London market. We forecast open market rents at RAD will be in line with or below those in Stratford, significantly below the average. General affordability is important to ensuring vibrancy of the area long into the future and aligns with our belief in inclusive growth. New supply of student residences at RAD will help alleviate over-concentration at Stratford. Community engagement is also important to us as we ignite new activity and ensure enlivened use of this prominent opportunity area site. We are supporting a local arts charity and continue discussions with UEL about various initiatives. The latest being a social media competition with the winners being offered a paid internship running RAD's social media campaign. We have plans for a freely accessible sculpture trail, and next week we'll submit a planning application for an open access making facility. In summary, this project has the potential to be a transformative force for the Royal Docks area and significantly contribute to Newham's community wealth building agenda. I hope you will agree with me that its merits warrant your approval, and I thank members and officers for what has been to date a fast and seamless planning application process.
Thank you. Could I please ask that we move to the officer presentation?
Thank you, Chair. Item 11 relates to Royal Albert Way. Planning permission was previously granted on the site in 2014 as part of the
I think we might have just lost connection there for a moment. I'll wait a moment and see whether Sarah's able to come back. I imagine she's probably dropped out of the Zoom meeting and is just trying to rejoin us. Just eavesdrop. If she's not able to come back in, did you say that you have the presentation here?
Yeah.
Okay. Isn't by any chance trying to rejoin the meeting, is she, Shirley?
She is, there she is.
Great. Sarah, I think you might have been cut off there, but I can see you've rejoined the meeting.
Yeah.
We just paused for a moment, so you were just starting. Should we try again?
Yes, thank you. Let me just reshare my screen. I don't have sharing rights.
Should we give you sharing rights? Apologies.
We'll just set that up for you now.
Done.
Okay, great. I'll start again. So this item relates to Royal Albert Way. So planning permission was previously granted on the site in 2014 as part of the ABP development. Permission was granted for a predominantly office-led development with elements of retail, residential, and community uses. On screen, you can see the consented master plan area, and in orange, you can see the areas which have already been built out and fall in the applicant's ownership. The site is outlined in red and is approximately 0.68 hectares. The site comprises two buildings known as Royal Albert Quay West and Lascars Avenue West. The buildings are 6 and 7 stories in height, respectively. To the west of the site is Newham Council offices, and to the east, there are two Grade 2 listed buildings highlighted yellow. Royal Albert Way is located to the north of the site, and to the south is the Galleons Point Marina and London City Airport. The site is reasonably well connected by public transport modes, with bus routes to the north on Straight Road and Beckton Park and Royal Albert DLR stations within walking distance. Here are two views of the site, one from the dockside and the other from Mandarin Street, which shows the two existing buildings subject to this presentation and Newham Council offices in the background. The application is for the change of use of existing buildings to provide 628 student bed spaces, Class E floor space at ground floor, along with the construction of a canopy structure and other associated works. So here are some key visuals of the site. This is a view from Mandarin Street. And we have views here on Lascars Avenue and Dockside. The key planning considerations covered within the presentation include the principle of development, design, impact on amenity, transport and travel, and landscape and biodiversity. So the site falls within Strategic Site 31, which supports business and education uses, which build upon the strengths of the University of East London and UTC. Policy S1 of the local plan requires proposals that fall within strategic sites to be master planned. And as per the policy, the applicant has provided a master plan for the area that falls within their ownership. The proposed uses for the wider site include education, office, health and research and development. The remaining area of the strategic site falls within GLA ownership. The applicant has demonstrated that they have worked collaboratively with the GLA to ensure the proposal will successfully integrate with the future plans for the area and is therefore supported in this regard. The proposal will result in the loss of office space, which is supported in this instance, as the buildings have been vacant for a number of years, and the proposal will bring them back into use. The applicant is proposing 371 square metres of retail / mixed office use floor space to support the student accommodation and wider community. The Class E floor space will provide a range of active uses that could include retail, cafes, restaurant, nurseries, and gym uses. The proposed units provide a small-scale provision that is not considered to impact on the town centre hierarchy and is therefore supported in this regard. In terms of student accommodation, Policy H3 of the local plan directs new student accommodation to Stratford and Canning Town and existing campus developments within the borough. The proposal does not fall within one of the preferred locations, however, it is in close proximity to UEL. Furthermore, the proposal provides specific benefits to Newham residents through 35% affordable housing, which will be based on local rent levels, and a nominations agreement to be secured with a Newham-based campus. On this basis, the principle of the proposal is supported. There are no changes to the scale and massing of the existing buildings. However, there are minor changes to a number of existing entrances to each office to single points of entry to each block for security purposes. The proposal also includes a canopy between the two buildings to introduce a continued and visual link between both blocks. The proposed orange colour for the signage and canopy structure adds vibrancy to the buildings and is supported by design officers. Due to the small-scale nature of the design interventions, the proposal was not considered to give rise to harm with respect to daylight, sunlight, and overlooking. Subject to conditions, the proposal was considered acceptable with regards to neighbouring amenities. The proposal will provide 6 blue badge car parking spaces as well as 475 long stay and 36 short stay cycle parking spaces. This will be a car-free development which will be secured by Section 106. Subject to the agreed conditions, the proposal is considered acceptable with regards to transportation and travel. The proposal will retain the 14 existing trees on site and seeks to provide raised planting beds, shade gardens, and non-native plants that will assist in greening the space. The majority of the soft landscaping interventions will happen along Mandarin Street, which create the perception of a central garden street / green hub and help establish a direct and legible pedestrian route through the site. The proposal is therefore supported in this regard. The proposed development with respect to the above matters is supported as detailed within the committee report. 2 additional support comments were received following the publication of the report, and these are included within the update. The update also includes minor changes to condition wording. The Strategic Development Committee is asked to note the update report and agree the reasons for approval as set out in the report and delegate authority to the Director of Planning and Development to grant planning permission subject to the completion of a legal agreement under Section 106 of the Town and Country Planning Act based on the heads of term identified in Appendix 2 of the report and the conditions listed in Appendix 1.
Thank you very much. If I could maybe ask you to stop sharing your screen, thank you. We move on to questions or comments. I'll go to Madeline first, then Mirage, then James, then Susan.
Okay, my first question is how long were the offices empty before now? And why were they unattractive to companies and office workers? And will that unattractiveness continue?
The development was completed in late 2019. Why were they unattractive? They are probably they're probably substantially the wrong use in the wrong place. And the developer, which was ABP, which went bankrupt, failed to establish a key reason for being for that site. And that's why we've taken the education-led use. And that's why we think that will lead to other more attractive, it will make the rest of it more attractive to other occupiers. But at the moment, if you know the site, yes.
Your neighbours.
Oh, brilliant. Okay.
So that
Ghost town.
we understand the unattractiveness of that location.
Yeah, it's so in thinking about the sequencing of bringing these buildings into use, we need something that brings people there. And the first thing that is going to be attractive, we think, the first thing that's attractive is student beds.
Is the
student beds, is student accommodation. And we think that will lead to the balance of the development becoming more attractive for officers for science, for education use.
Okay, it's hard for me to see that if a desk wasn't attractive, why a bed will be attractive when there's very little in the area to occupy somebody when they're not at work or at college. There's no local shops, there's no fresh food. There's one Chinese restaurant, which is open at unusual times, doesn't have a very large capacity, and there's a rowing club.
Yeah. So I completely agree with you. Actually, I think it is an attractive place to live. There's fantastic green space just the other side of the tracks. Chinese restaurant is actually very, very good.
Chinese restaurant.
But I agree, it's only one. Part of our application is that we will have a provision for a small shop. So for, you know, for a likely something like a Morrison's Daily, that sort of thing. So you will be able to access fresh food there. We hope that with people living there and people working there, we will attract restaurants or food and beverage operators. And actually, to kick that off, the first thing that we did, because we recognised that nobody was going to do this as a commercial enterprise because they simply would lose money. We opened a cafe there, which you've probably seen, you've maybe even been to. We opened a cafe so that there was somewhere for people to go on the docks just to get a coffee and a croissant. And actually that's been reasonably successful. Although, by the way, it still loses money. I think with students living there and students studying there, you will start to see the potential for life science development potentially on the site. And actually also, as the GLA bring their land forward, which they're planning to do, and we've obviously been collaborating with them on what their plans are, and we're in close discussions with them. I think it actually will be, an attractive place to live and work.
Yeah, I think we might beg to differ on that. We are concerned in Newham that we are becoming a big dormitory, and that whilst, of course, we wouldn't necessarily want these to be turned into family homes, but we do have a very large amount of student accommodation within the borough, and we are very conscious that during holidays these sites are basically empty. They're not used for any other purpose, but therefore the employment that is for those areas is often not 12 months, is often on 0-hour contracts. And I'm very concerned, knowing students oh so well, I have one at home, that they will be buying, you know, lots and lots of takeaway. They won't necessarily be going out and about. There's nowhere to go out in that space. It's lovely that you've got some spaces in front of the buildings on the dock side, but as you know, the noise from the airport is very loud when the airport is actually, during the day. So it's unlikely people will want to be out during the day. And with the lack of other people, other facilities, other nighttime economy happening overnight, in the evenings, it's unlikely people will want to hang around outside in what I'm worried will become a east-west wind tunnel between the two buildings. And therefore, lovely there's the canopy, but actually a lot of those rooms are going to be either north-facing or facing directly onto the south building. So it's hard to see that they're going to be very nice to actually live in and spend time in when you haven't really got anywhere else to go.
So I would disagree that these are going to be unpleasant rooms to live in. So first of all, the noise, if I can just deal with that first. I spend a lot of time on this site. Actually, the airport, I don't think is actually a bad neighbour. I would much rather that airport than a very busy road beside the site, because the noise is pretty intermittent. For example, I was there most of yesterday. There were tons of people just walking up and down. And actually, one of the parties that I was with was the people that are, I'm hoping, going to install the sculpture trail for us. And they were very excited about the potential for putting this public art throughout the development. And the view was that people would come to, probably at the moment, just Beckton Park Tube and walk around our development and see some of these pieces that we're working on putting in. And then that will lead to, I hope, cafe becoming viable. Once the cafe becomes viable, we can open something else. Somebody will want to open a restaurant or something. That we need that driver for people to be there. So I disagree that it's not somewhere where comment about it being a wind tunnel. It is very windy there. It's really windy. but those buildings exist, and it's the buildings that are, the dock's windy, first of all, but the buildings are creating wind tunnel, and actually the landscaping between the buildings is formatted to reduce that wind tunnel effect. And I hope when further development comes forward either side of us, it's not just all in this linear fashion, which is unfortunately what we have at the moment, but that we get bookends, so we stop some of this wind tunnel effect. But the landscaping proposals are designed to deal with exactly what we're talking about.
Before I go to Councillor Patel, who was next, can I pick up on Mads's question about shops and local facilities and ask what stage you're at in terms of potential tenants for those spaces?
I can be pretty certain that Morrison's will take space there. I've had discussions with them.
Okay.
And they have said that based on the number of students that we have living there, they would open a store. By the way, they wouldn't pay us rent for it. It's not, it's not, but I recognise that not everything is about, not everyone's a coconut. We need better than people living on the docks. Now, look, over time, as the GLA develop their land, and this becomes, I hope, one of the most exciting bits of not just Newham, but East London and actually London, I think actually that dynamic will change. It's going to take a long time, but I'm hoping we're here for a long time on this.
Thank you. Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Chair. It's just I'm still smiling from the not everyone's a coconut. Thanks for that. So this site is a bit of an eyesore. I believe it's visible on the DLR as well, and I wonder when I ride the DLR that way when this is going to receive some TLC and much needed TLC. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 points, and the first one is around date of delivery, which is a simple one. Adjoined to that and ancillary to that, actually, on page 483, you mentioned the substation. I believe there isn't a substation at the moment, but I do know that the waiting list for a substation is quite long at the moment. And if you're reliant on unless you've got sort of a ongoing dialogue with UK Power Networks already, or there's something else, you're nodding your head, so I'll let you come back to me on that one. My understanding was that there is a pretty long wait for substations at the moment, according to UK Power. Affordable housing, I'm pleased to see that there is that there is 35% affordable housing, as I believe, which is good to see. 2 points that I wanted clarification on is one, the quality of that affordable housing. Will it be the same as the other accommodation? So I've come across some stories recently that the affordable housing element is not the same as the non-affordable housing element in some developments, and I won't quote where, but there has been reports of that, and I just wanted you to clarify that. And access to facilities as well. Will those that are in the affordable housing element have access to all of the facilities that you mentioned? Really pleased to hear about the biodiversity net gain. I just wanted a little bit more sort of information around suds and trees and etc. If you can provide that, that'd be really helpful. Finally, jobs on employment on page 531. Specifically point 153. I was slightly confused. You mentioned the daily jobs created for the 3 data centres estimated to be 120.
Raj, sorry, that's the next application.
Sorry. By the way, I'd love to be doing a big data centre.
That's all. Sorry, I've jumped again.
Okay. Okay, so delivery date, September 2026.
Yeah.
Very comfortable, very comfortable. Could actually deliver this in January or February 2026, but there's no point for student accommodation. We have to start pretty much immediately. If it takes a while to sign the 106. We have time, we need to start by January, February, but we've already started stripping out. So we're well on, we're really comfortable with the timeframe. September 2026, you can bank on that one. That one is a coconut. Substation, we have power. There's 7 megawatts of power on site already, which was there for phase 1 and I think the first bit of phase 2. So when it came with that amount of power, there's no issue. However, I note your point on power in general on the docks. We have an application. National Grid, actually, not UKPN, with National Grid for an upgraded power supply. I believe the GLA been accepted and in the design phase with UKPN because they're going for a lot more power. Affordable housing, subject close to my heart. Exactly the same quality, exactly the same services, this has to be the case. This is important. This is important to us personally. So again, you can bank on the fact that you will not, if you were walking onto the site, you would not know level of rent someone was paying here. But actually, we think that because it's the docks, just the best place maybe to live. I think it's going to be fabulous, but it's going to take a while to get. I think it's actually going to be an inexpensive place to live, even in the open market units. And that's what I'm really interested in, because that drives vibrancy of the overall area over time. If people have affordable, small A affordable places to live, that drives the city. Sorry.
Yeah, no.
I can answer your queries on biodiversity.
Can I get you to speak up a bit just so that the microphones catch what you're saying for anyone online?
Of course, yeah, sorry. My name's Guy Adams. I'm representing DMBA with the architects on this project. So I'm also covering landscape and again, urban greening. So the key point to note with this is a change of use of an existing building, an existing site that has been delivered only a few years ago with a sustainable urban drainage strategy in place that is working well. There are no alterations to massing or height or any significant changes to ground plane proposing. So we don't expect to have any negative impact from what we're doing. The landscape design has been, the whole principle of that is that it's raised. So these are planters placed above the surface. And so we're able to deliver a new additional vibrancy in that public realm, but without having negative impact on drainage in the area, ensuring that the whole flood risk assessment remains as it was beforehand. You asked about trees as well. The site has a limited tree population. The key constraint for this site is the airport. That creates quite an important constraint. We can't encourage nesting birds and anything that might endanger or pose a risk to the airport. So within those constraints, we have proposed additional landscaping features that you will have seen in the documentation, mainly in planters. The strategy for this is drawn directly from the supplementary planning guidance in relation to landscape design and species for this avenue. Particularly, it encourages the use of what we would call exotic species, so non-native. And that's partly due to the site's historic context, its connection to international trade, but it's also nicely aligns with risk mitigation for the airport, because exotic species don't encourage the local bird population to nest in the, so that reduces the risk. So the proposals are for a limited new species in that area and small trees that will not pose that risk, but still bring that bit of extra life and amenity to the immediate vicinity, the accommodation.
Linked to that, if I may, I noticed on page 444 that the urban greening factor was very low. Is that also because of the constraints of the airport, or is there another factor?
Sure. Urban greening factor is essentially calculated by area. It's just how much of that area can you make green. We can't have green roofs on any properties within this vicinity of the airport. It encourages kind of risks that logical risks the airport can't allow. So it does limit what we can do, but that very low figure represents that constraint.
Thank you. And I think the final question from Councillor Patel was around jobs.
Yeah. The jobs on the, you were talking about the data set, you just want to know generally about jobs and opportunity. I think similar to the previous application where jobs and the level of jobs came up, it would be good to get some clarity on what the proposal is for this application. So we've put in the socio-economic statement that, we're estimating 89 jobs to be created through the construction phase, 24 jobs during the operation phase proposal. We've got set of heads of terms in terms of from the 106 in terms of delivery, in terms of the percentage of locally employed, and number of apprenticeships, supply chain engagement with the wider community. There's a construction operational phase contribution, but I think broadly around kind of where we're seeing it is, we will look to be working with our new and works. That's a requisite condition to put in there. I'd also say that our contracting partner has an established apprentice programme, which we'll be looking at ensuring that's part of the contract that they fulfil as here. It includes a City and Guilds approved centre, excellence centre for drywall and interior finishing. They have a total at the moment of 320 apprenticeships rolled to date. They've got 78 apprentices on site, 8 in new and existingly. They provide classroom training and on-site training and give a guaranteed job after 2 years. I think what we'll be looking to do is really work with our new and works to understand how that we can integrate that kind of programme that they already have with offering those placements with our new and works, also working with jobs fairs, understanding local suppliers, and definitely encouraging local businesses and suppliers to be involved in the scheme, along with, again, working and giving the opportunity for new and residents to have operational jobs when they're open in terms of our third-party operator, looking at engaging with the local community for those jobs, front of house security, maintenance, operation jobs generally to run the facility, and also DPK owns a number of assets on site at the moment in terms of wider security. So there's definitely job opportunities through construction and operation. We're looking at agreeing within the 106 how we implement the apprenticeships.
Thank you. If I understood the question, it was not so much whether there were going to be jobs, which one would hope that there are, but more our concern that jobs for Newham residents are really aimed at developing our Newham residents in order that they can move on in careers and not be in the kind of 0-hour contract, kind of very low level, kind of very restrictive jobs, which we often see, particularly now, are jobs that actually bring with them people living in a level of poverty, which is really distressing. I saw before we had Councillor Beckles and also then Sue Masters. I'm aware it's 8:03. Some of us have been here a long time. We've still got one more application. I'm just going to ask again if we can please keep questions or points and also responses as brief as we can. James.
Thanks, Chair. Very brief. Got three questions. One is around security, around amenities, which I think you've touched on quite a bit, and transport. So the security question is about designing out crime. Looked at it's quite light. That area can be quite secluded. I'm a councillor in Custom House, which is across the road from the site. And if you're on Stansfield Road, and across the road from that is Beckton, it can get quite secluded, quite dark. So lighting, wayfinding, or you're pretty much proposing to create new community here. So in terms of doing all that, all the things that you probably want to build into it, so people know that this community is here, people know how to get there, there's lights, the security, those issues can be addressed, and also working with the police, again, just to look at it and work around that, and security for the students. The amenities, just in terms of the distance between transport, so DLR, there's only one bus, and I think this kind of links with my transport issue. There's one bus that goes up Stansfield and takes you into, I guess, Newham proper, where there's, all the other transport areas, which is probably why this area really hasn't been looked at in terms of student development before, because it all goes to Stratford because it's a big transport hub. So working with the council, if you are given planning permission and TfL, to kind of work out what buses can be built in, or even Lime bikes, Santander bikes, whatever they call them now. In terms of, I guess, building community, the amenities and the shops, again, being neighbouring ward councillor, people being able to come down as well as go up, and feelings that as though the area is open, so having shops and having, maybe workspaces there that people can actually use and activate the site, and not just having an enclosed community which students feel they can, come in, live, and then discuss, not actually having any interaction with anyone in Newham, besides, say, someone who might work in security. But those are my three questions, and I guess comments as well, and also about tenancy in terms of students and what universities they might be going to. Is UCL one of your potential providers? They are.
I was going to ask how far you'd got in securing a nominations agreement, actually, because I know that would be the condition.
Yeah, if you want to come to that in.
Oh, you can ask those questions in any order.
In any order, okay. Right. Security.
Ren, why don't you bring up the transport in terms of distances, what we've been doing, etc.
Yeah, okay. So I, Ronan Wilson, I transport consultant. So your question is based on most about the bus provision. So that bus provision, I think it's 376 something. It's about, I believe it's every 10 minutes, which is quite regular. I believe that TfL are looking at providing another bus service on Sandside Road, and I think it's the 129. That was back in 2020 though, so I don't know where that's gone, but yeah, it's worth exploring, seeing what they're doing there. But in terms of the actual provision of facilities, it is, well, you can access the Asda nearby walking distance. You've got Excel further down, which is looking to try and expand its, rather than just being a place for exhibitions, it's now trying to expand its use as a, more of a leisure facility in the general area for leisure activity. So there is stuff going on around there, but I feel like in terms of getting around, you've still, that DLR stop is, I think, the most underutilized DLR stop in on DLR services. So I think it's got great connections, and you can just, as you know, you go straight down to the Elizabeth line where you've got great connections straight into central London. The Elizabeth line has been a game changer for that area, and it's got a really good connection with Mars service. And now they might be a bit congested at times. It's the nature of student trips is that they'll be spread across the day, so there won't be ever really congestion at the 8 AM or 5 PM work periods. Usually that'll be spread because students will, the nature of their timetables will be spread across the day.
So, Guy, do you want to deal with security?
Yes. So you may have noted from the committee material that there has been some consultation with the design out crime officer. There is also a condition proposed for securing secure by design certification for the scheme. So we will be working with the officer on that process to ensure that everything meets those requirements. Also separately done a security needs assessment as part of BREEAM. BREEAM Excellent is targeted for the scheme. And that will give us all of the detail that we need to technically design the scheme to the level that it will achieve the security that it needs to for these residents. A couple of key design moves that are pertinent to the application are that we have, to make student accommodation secure, we need to have single points of entry to the buildings. So part of the change of use, the conversion, is to create a very open, central location for reception for each of these two buildings, overlooked. And down the Mandarin Street, that's the road between the two buildings, that is where we're doing most of the landscape. Includes a new lighting scheme as well to improve general comfort, sense of safety in that area. And yes, as I mentioned, a lot more of the detail does need to be worked through. It's a technical thing, but from a design point of view, the scheme will work as proposed.
And I think it's worth pointing out as well that we've now operated this site for 15 or 16 months, and it's been virtually unoccupied since then. So that's a real risk point in terms of attraction of crowd. We've had very few problems with it. Now we have a very good security team there, but it is actually quite a secure site. Sorry. And yes, future, no, absolutely. And the other thing is that when you have 628 students there, the lighting is going to be better. There are more people around. It will, I hope, be a much less intimidating place, particularly at night.
Did you want to address James's final comment about links between the student community and other communities in Newham?
Well, this is a really interesting point, and it goes to this point that site is rather cut off from the rest of Newham. I think historically it's partly a railway line, it's partly a road. We need to suck Newham through that underpass and give people some reason to come out on the dock, because the dock is fantastic, can be fantastic. And that's, for example, I know they're two very small interventions to start with, but the sculpture trail, which we hope will link in with the line, which is I think also in part of Newham, but in Greenwich as well. And so we want to have things for people, reasons for people to come onto the docks, interesting things for people to come and look at, places for them to eat, places that they can engage with what we're doing at RAD. And I think that's actually particularly well suited, joining up with an education-led regeneration of this site.
Do you want to come back, Phil, James?
Just on the transport and opening up, there's a lot of development that is happening. You've mentioned that from Excel, Millennium, Mills happening there, and TfL, and everyone's talking. I think sometimes with development, you can see the patterns. I just make sure that you kind of, if you are given permission, tap into all that conversation so you can open up that area. New offices are there. We know that people go past, and just future proofing so that you have an open area that's open to the community as well as creating a new one.
It can't work unless this becomes part of Newham. This cannot sit by itself, in my opinion, just as a dockside standalone. It can't be Canary Wharf. It's got to put Newham and it back together, I think.
And I jumped on at the end to ask where you'd got to in terms of a nominations agreement with a local higher education institution.
Do you want to?
UEL are supporting the application. They are university adjacent to the campus. We've been made quite clear as from officers that any nomination agreement would be with a Newham-based educational institution. Currently, UEL are the applicant that we have for support, and subject to approval this evening, we'll be able to continue discussions.
We have a condition that was set by officers to have a nominations agreement in place 9 months before practical completion. So we'll be able to demonstrate progress that we made, and so it'll be a case of having to have that position secured prior to occupation.
Thank you. I'm going to move to Susan and then to Madeline, and then I'm keen to move us to the vote.
Thank you, Chair. I was quite interested to hear that this is sort of based around UEL. Mirage has already referred to the 35% of affordable accommodation, but surely if you're dealing with students, doesn't that need to be slightly higher? Or are we only sort of catering to wealthy students?
Definitely are not only catering to wealthy students. But I hope actually so 35% is the.
Yes, I know it's the London plan level.
Yeah, is the London plan level. I hope that actually, I hope we'll be able to offer this accommodation at what amounts to small A affordable rents as well. That certainly it is not our intention to make this a ghetto for wealthy students.
And when you were coming up with the concept of this development, were you working for UEL? Did they come to you with a needs assessment of where the gaps were in terms of, because my experience in Newham is a lot of the people going to UEL actually are still living at home. So it'd just be interesting to see what the level of need was and where it's sort of actually coming from.
All of the education institutions that we've spoken to have expressed the need for accommodation, whether they're now I take your point absolutely that UEL is more of a Newham based institution. A lot of the students are based in Newham. Now they've just had a large application approved, but it's not delivered for several years. They do have large expansion plans over the next, I think they're planning something like 10,000 10,000 student expansion by 2028. So, and now a lot of those students, I agree with you, will be living at home, but they clearly they know their accommodation. We've been talking to them regularly, and I think this fits in with their accommodation requirements. But I also know that if it's not UEL, there will be probably an orderly queue. It might even be disorderly queue of higher education establishments that require accommodation for students.
Okay, the other thing I wanted to pick up on was the 10,000 letters you sent, which seems an absolutely huge number for a planning application. I'm just wondering who they were targeted to, given that's not the most densely populated part of our borough, although I would defend it actually against some of the criticism it's received.
Go on.
So, Avnish from LCA, we lead in the public consultation and communication support for the project. So I think obviously that radius was actually agreed in discussion with officers. We obviously.
But who were you targeting though?
We're targeting more or less kind of the whole kind of Royal Docks area because of the APB scheme. There was a lot of obviously interest in that, and obviously there was a lot of this. Obviously was quite a big site coming forward, and obviously there was a lot of interest in that, and so there have been quite a lot of people registered for like kind of updates from that we found. Obviously, email addresses hadn't consistently kind of been like changed. But there was a kind of sense, obviously, a lot of people who lived around their neighbouring boroughs and wards as well. We wanted to give them the opportunity to at least see what was coming forward, to attend our public events. So that was the idea and why we had quite a big radius. We had 3 different events as well. So we obviously just tried to make sure that we could kind of attract people if they wanted to come to us in person or if they wanted to join us digitally. And then we also kind of promoted our website through that flyer as well, just to again try and attract more. So for the case of they might not be able to come, at least they might be able to see the plans online, share any comments with us. So it was just to make sure that it was as open and inclusive as possible.
I think it's also fair to say we really want the ideas coming back to us from Newham. You know, we don't have a monopoly on good ideas for this site, so we want to engage with people. We want to do a good job in the application as well, which is send out 10,000 letters. It does sound like a lot, but we want the ideas back from the community, because it's actually the community that knows how to. They know what they want. You know, they know what. By the way, one of the biggest comments that we had was, could we have more shops, please?
Yes.
But it's not a town centre location, so we can't put shops in.
Madeline, I'm going to you, and then I'm going to bring us to the vote.
Yeah, I've only got one question. What's the lifespan of the current structure, and what would be the lifespan of the internal refurbishment?
Oh gosh, lifespan of the current buildings, they would be long. They're incredibly well built. Go on, Guy.
Yeah, they've completed in only the last 5 years or so. You'd expect the structure itself to have minimum 60-year lifespan, but a concrete frame like that could go 100 longer. The proposed fit out is minimal change, really. It's retain and reuse as much as we can, which means little, or in fact, really no structural alterations at all. So we're retaining all of the structure and all of the facade as built, because it's well suited to the fit out. So we expect that full lifespan to work for the fit out as well.
I didn't hear the last bit.
Just that we would expect that 60-year lifespan to apply to this new use. Fit out itself tends to be 30 years or so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to move us to the vote. Could I ask that the screen is shared with the recommendation from officers, please?
Yeah. Did you see my note?
Oh, thank you. Sorry, Harvinder, was there a conflict of interest or a declaration of interest?
Sure, because obviously I work for JLL, but obviously in the facilities, but I think just to make sure before we take the vote, even though it's a totally different ball game, when we took a look at the company itself and what I do, so there should be no conflict of interest.
So you work for JLL, is that right?
Right, yes.
Perhaps we could just make sure that's in the minutes.
So if it's noted, and I might not, I'll keep it out of the vote.
Thank you. So members, the recommendation from officers as before is that we are asked to note the contents of the update report and agree to resolve to agree the reasons for approval as set out in the report. Can I ask those in favour to please indicate with a show of hands? And that is unanimous from those who are voting. Thank you very much for coming this evening. Sounds like so we look forward to seeing what transpires. Right. Committee members, once more with feeling, we've got one more item on this monster agenda. We're moving on to agenda item 12. This is the land at the former paint factory and Central Thameside. I'm going to allow one moment for the applicant team for the previous application to leave the room.
Is it possible to have a 2-minute comfort break?
It certainly is, yes. Let's have a look. I could
feel them fidgeting next to me.
Let me just double check exactly what the time is.
Thank you. Lots of.
The time on my computer is 20:21. I'm going to suggest that we take a brief break. Sorry, colleagues, we are still online. I'm going to suggest we take a brief break and we come back at 20:25. Thank you.
in the next couple of minutes. Okay. Yeah, why not? Yeah, no, actually was calling me on the meeting. I'll do it. I'm not finished tonight.
Okay. Right, thank you, and apologies for the slight delay while we sorted out getting the presentation. We're now on the final item of our mammoth committee tonight. This is the land at the former paint factory. I won't ask if the applicants have a presentation because I can see that you do. But as before, I'm going to set a timer for 5 minutes. I'm going to try and give you a wave when you get to about 2 minutes, just so that you know. So whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. My name is Gwyn Stubbings and I'm Senior Planning Director for GLP. Firstly, I wanted to extend my thanks to the local stakeholders that we've engaged with, Newham's Design Review Panel, councillors, and of course your officers for helping us reach this recommendation for approval. Slide 2, please. As a bit of background, GLP is a leading international developer, investor, and asset manager. We have been delivering sustainable industrial and logistics projects in the UK for nearly 40 years. I'm excited to present our plans for Newham's first ever data campus, which will include community benefits and offer diverse employment, training and skills for your residents. We will retain ownership of the site, which enables us to make a long-term investment in the local community. Next slide, please. So slide 3, we're on, I think. In 2018, we submitted a planning application for a storage and distribution hub on the site. However, further to acquiring the adjoining paint factory site and following discussions with officers and the community, we withdrew that planning application. Our revised plans include a data centre campus, fully complements the neighbouring uses and the existing and emerging character of the Royal Docks. Slide 4, please. I've included here some sort of background information on data centres. Essentially, they are storage facilities for data which is saved on IT equipment within the buildings. The world's leading tech companies like Google and Microsoft require state-of-the-art modern facilities to store their data.
Sorry, slide 4, Shirley, backwards, sorry.
Slide 4?
Yeah, that one. Yeah, thank you. Sorry.
Yeah,
thank you.
Sorry. So yeah, just a bit of info on data centres themselves, really. Importantly, these facilities are required to support everyday activities from remote working, accessing everyday files, emails, photos that are held on our phones and computers. Also supporting the emergence of AI. National government, the GLA, and recently the Labour Party's leadership recognised data centres as critical infrastructure. Crucially, they have very little impact on close neighbours, particularly residential. They generate very little noise and very few traffic movements. Slide 5, please, Shirley. This site represents the ideal opportunity to create one of the UK's and Europe's leading data storage facilities for the following reasons. It is within the GLA opportunity area and London's only enterprise zone. It aligns with the Newham Sparks initiative and the ambition for a new data corridor in the Royal Docks. Site benefits from excellent high-speed fibre connectivity. It intensifies a strategic industrial location and employment hub, which has been vacant for over 2 decades. It will create a wide variety of jobs locally in Newham. We already have strong occupier interest and security of power to site, which will enable the project to move forward quickly. Slide 6 just shows an outline of the proposals themselves and hopefully gives you highlights the sort of amount of green infrastructure that's shown on the site. Move to slide 7, please. This project can be truly transformative for the community. It'll create 542 new jobs. Over 80% of these will be medium and highly skilled, from engineers and maintenance technicians to operations managers and security personnel. We're aiming for 50% of these jobs to be ring-fenced for local residents. 35% of the 1,350 construction jobs and apprenticeships will also be targeted for local people. A new multi-purpose building set within an active frontage will provide rent-free space for local businesses and communities. It'll be a training hub for residents, supporting them in careers across the data and technology sectors. We're already working alongside the University of East London and Prince's Trust to develop local training and community outreach programs for residents, as well as working with West Silvertown Foundation to identify local community projects. Slide 8, please. The scheme will be sustainably designed with a BREEAM excellent rating and energy efficiency. It will also promote active travel and 100% EV parking spaces. We are enabling the export of waste heat to supply neighbouring developments. Over 20% of the scheme will be for public realm, with a pocket park and outdoor gym. Site's biodiversity will improve by 150%. We welcome the support received from Newham Chamber of Commerce, University of East London, and the local residents association. Tate and Lyle, as our neighbour, are also supportive of the proposed use. And then
Sorry,
very last slide.
5 minutes up. So yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't give you the 2-minute warning.
Yeah, sorry. And then last slide, that's me finished. So just a thank you. And we're here to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. If we could move on to the officer report next, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can you see the screen?
We can, yes.
And you can hear me clearly, I hope. Thank you. Good evening, committee. Mr. Stubbins has outlined the application for you, and I'll try and be as brief as possible and try and avoid repetition if I can. The site is 8.7 hectares. So I've just lost my mouse. There it is. Lying between the Thames and the south side and North Woolwich Road on the north, roughly inverted L shape. It's within flood zone 3. It's within the borough-wide AQMA and has a P-tail ranging from 1B adjacent to the river and 3 adjacent to the North Woolwich frontage. And its closest public transport access is via the West Silvertown DLR station, immediately adjacent to the site, and on the nearest bus route, which is Route 330. I won't go through the description of development. I'll do it in the slideshow, Chair. In regard to policy notations, they are many and numerous as they relate to the site, but fundamentally it's within a designated strategic industrial location in the adopted plan and is part of the Royal Docks and Beckton Riverside Opportunity Area and in the identified arc of opportunities. As Mr. Stubbins said, Tate and Lyle Syrup Factory lies to one side and Lyle Park West, in fact, between the Tate and Lyle factory and the railway station, and to Thameside West on the northwest side of the site. Both residential-led schemes will look to generate and provide significant new residential facilities within the area, and the development will sit within those uses. The development will be phased, as outlined in the documentation. This is a hybrid planning application. The first phase is a full application, essentially comprises all of the land identified in yellow on the left-hand side plan, the first data centre building, the access arrangements, the structural landscaping around the boundary of the site and perimeters, the bucket park, leaving the remaining zones for subsequent development. And then there is a site-wide enabling works, which will form part of the application. I'll skip those. And then to the development itself, as Mr. Stubbings has just shown you the drawing, the new data centre building, the first phase building situated on the riverside face with the access arrangements and other enabling works and a dust canopy. I'll come to that shortly and explain the details of it. This is some of the imagery of the first building overlooking the Thames, as it would with some of the materiality and details of how the building is laid out internally. On the ground floor, it contains fundamentally the backup emergency generators and conduits for pipe works and waste heat distribution. The upper floors principally contain the data halls. It's a 7-storey building, but those are not traditional storey heights. The height reaches about 64 metres in height, which is broadly equivalent to a ground plus 19-storey residential tower. And then in the roof, contained within this area would be the exhaust facilities for the generators and then for the chiller plant. And then within the perimeters of the site, as part of the phase 1 scheme, the new linear park and the external perimeter areas. The park itself will contribute about 1.2 hectares of the overall landscaping, and within it will sit the multifunction building, which I'll come on to shortly. And then behind that, behind the perimeter, the data centre building, substation and other ancillary development. Proposals involve reviewing the status of Bell Lane in terms of making it part of the pedestrian thoroughfare, reaching the Riverside Walk and a pocket park. And the applicant proposes that at such time as the Thameside West Bell Lane development comes forward, then the temporary boundary fence will be removed to create a new perimeter walkway, which will be substantial, about 9 metres wide in total length. There is a dust canopy proposed adjacent to the Tate and Lyle factory, which will be situated here. That arises from the relocated protected wharf access and was done in conjunction and in consultation with Tate and Lyle because of their concerns about dust affecting the movement of their syrup products in the goods yard. And that's part of the application scheme and would be delivered at day one. And then there are the on-site ancillary buildings, sprinkler building and waste store, a substation, and then a gatehouse situated behind the multifunction building at the site entrance. There's some details of the structural landscaping along the linear park. Some of the imagery here, you can see the park depth is on average about 25 metres. It incorporates the footways, but they merge and are absorbed into the footway generally and into the cycleway and will be publicly accessible. Another view of the park and an image you would have seen in Mrs. Stubbings' presentation. And then to the second and third phases of the development, essentially that is the delivery of the other 2 data centre buildings and then the multifunction building which is proposed. Although that sits within Zone 4 and is part of the outline application, in fact, the applicant has agreed that it would be made ready for occupation at the time of the completion of construction of the full application data centre building. So it will be an immediate and active constituent of the street scene upon the completion of the full application scheme. And then the outline application is informed by a design code and parameters plan for the 2 new buildings guiding the form and content of development. They are not intended to be exactly similar to the stage 1 building because they are directed principally to North Woolwich Road and would have different appearance, one anticipates. And then likewise, the multifunction building is designed to be an individual architectural feature in its own right and part of a welcoming component of the scheme, including both community space, business floor space, and sorry, I'm going back here. And importantly within the overall project, that 50% of the community and business space within the scheme will be offered rent-free to local authority tenants, or sorry, not local authority, to local communities and to businesses that the local authority might nominate who might want to occupy or utilise space within it. So it's for both the business use, community use, and it will also contain the hub for the district heating system for distribution to other uses in the wider area. And I'll come to that now. Community consultations. A total of, sorry, I can't see this because my screen is covered, but you can see the numbers there, Chair, and you can see the number of responses that we have had to the consultation and the matters that had exercised those persons who have responded to the consultation, and the location of those objectors, mainly within the immediate vicinity of the site. I draw attention to the committee also to supporters to the application, the Royal Docks Residents Association, Tate and Lyle, the University of East London, who are working with the applicant to deliver educational facilities within the proposal, and by Newham Chamber of Commerce. And so to the proposal, which accords with plan-led objectives, supporting employment creating development in the national policy guidance, the London plan and in the local plan. As I've indicated, it is available sill land in this opportunity area. It complies with adopted local plan policy to make more efficient use of employment land consistent with policy J1 and in the arc of opportunity and in the Thameside West employment hub of which it forms a part. The site is vacant and is readily available for development. The applicant has already prepared the site pursuant to extant planning permissions that it's been granted, so it will be able to deliver the scheme quickly and beneficially in terms of local employment and economic benefits. I've indicated 50% of the multifunction building will be rent-free. And we should also take account of the significant job creation within the scheme. There would be, this is a calculation, of course, 540 full-time equivalent jobs. Bearing in mind this is a 24/7 operation, Chair, and there would be approximately 3 shifts per day, therefore, and staff would be expected to be working 5 of those a day. So this is a calculated figure, if you like, but it is a function of the ongoing nature of the business. Importantly, as well, as the applicant indicated, 1,350 construction jobs. That's for the first phase of development, Chair. Across the 3 phases, the estimate is 5,900 jobs. That's over an estimated build period of 4 years. And of course, within the Section 106 preference being given to new residents from employment and training points of view, as likewise with regard to the multifunction building, which, as I have indicated, there is a support letter from the University of East London. The issues around the proposals fundamentally range around the matter of tall buildings and the need, in accordance with London Planning Policy D9 and Local Plan Policy SP4, to demonstrate an exceptional and exemplary design relevant to its context. And noting, of course, the fact that although the site is not wholly allocated for a tall building, part of it is, strangely, but not all of it. That relates to its historical split uses, so that the eastern part of the site around the Peruvian Wharf is identified as being suitable for a tall building, although the policy does not actually indicate what an appropriate height may be. But nevertheless, in assessing the suitability of the site from a tall buildings point of view and taking account of the totality of policy D9 in relation to the visual, functional and environmental impacts, one would have to regard also the permissions for Thameside West and Lyle Park. I indicated previously that the heights of the buildings would broadly be around 19 stories, and for your note, Chair, and also within the committee report, the extant permission for Thameside West, this part of the site, is ground plus 20, and for Lyle Park it's 19 stories. So the scheme would correspond reasonably well in height terms to its neighbours, and therefore would be an appropriate and reasonable use to take place on this site, even though it's comparatively tall. Likewise, with regard to design quality, layout and appearance, as I've indicated, the data centre building number 1, the support buildings, the dust canopy and the full landscaping of the site and public realm are the full application matters before committee. The other matters are indicative with regard to those. Nevertheless, and in any event, the first building, number 01, is considered to be of exemplary quality. It's positively responded to 3 DRPs assessing and taking account of the rather poor riverscape of the site, and brings forward a design of the nature of a traditional warehouse aesthetic reminiscent of the historical context of the river in this area. And the current landscape quality of the site is frankly non-existent, and so it will be substantially improved by the new development. I think it's also worth taking into account, Chair, that as a data centre it tends to generate less HGV traffic and staff parking areas than traditional industrial uses, and therefore there's more space for landscaping than would otherwise normally be the case. And new landscaping will bring forward new ecology and urban greening. And as a result of the applicant bringing forward the perimeter landscaping and planting around the linear park, what that will actually help to do is to accelerate the assimilation of the later development phases into the public realm as the scheme develops. On the matter of air quality, the scheme is designed to be air quality neutral, the multifunction building to be carbon net zero. However, it's necessary to draw members' attention to the fact that the scheme involves the use of backup generators, emergency generators, which are not required for the purposes of emergency, and therefore, following London Plan guidance, would not be free from the requirement to assess their air quality impacts. They are not free from that duty, and conditions and Section 106 obligations are recommended to regulate the usage and ensure that the optimum types of of generators will be installed now and into the future, and that in fact includes provision within the permissions for a ongoing process of review of the types of generators available to the market so that their standard can be improved. Where they are unable to achieve net neutrality, then they would be required to make a financial contribution towards offsetting those impacts in the same way as they would do for carbon dioxide in the normal way. Importantly is the contribution to the waste heat regime available in Docklands as a result of this development, Chair. Now, this scheme is substantial and therefore has a considerable amount of excess heat which it can distribute to local businesses in the Royal Docks area. And as the committee report notes, considerable interest already has been expressed in making those connections, which will also enable the development to accord with the Council's Air Quality Action Plan by reducing businesses' dependence upon their own sources of energy generation. I will skip this next bit, but save us to note at the bottom there, Chair, that the Environment Agency concerns about the safety and durability of the wall against flood risk have been resolved. With regard to amenity and climate change interests, these have been assessed through the environmental statement in relation to matters such as daylight, sunlight, noise, wind and microclimate and climate change. And within the environmental statement, mitigations and policy and conditions are recommended, and these are incorporated within the recommendation before you. But the key component takeaway from that is that there are no material overriding factors with regard to these considerations that should not encourage you to recommend in accordance with the officer's recommendation, Chair. Heritage. The site's not in a conservation area, nor does it contain any listed buildings. The closest listed buildings by common consent in consultation with the GLA and Historic England are the two Stohurton pit cranes lying on Britannia Wharf there, overlooking the Royal Victoria Dock. And the issue in relation to their setting relates principally to the factor that you can see in the photograph in the top left-hand side, that within the setting there, it's their the skeletal form that they present. And the impacts of that have been assessed from views in the surrounding area and in relation to the proposed development. And the conclusion is that the development would have less than substantial harm at the low to middle end of the spectrum. Nevertheless, Chair, it's still necessary for the applicant to demonstrate that there are public benefits which override those harms and the planning benefits of the development. And I list them here, Chair, although they do appear in the report, and importantly revolve around the delivery of the SIL allocation, land for employment-led development, optimising that land for industrial intensification. Those are words used in the London Plan, Chair, and in our own policy, whilst balancing agent of change, bringing long-used and derelict industrial land back into economic use, delivering an appropriate data centre campus, a strategic land use for which there's an acknowledged need, significant new and part-time employment, both in construction and post-completion stages, new public realm, environmental benefits, contributions and delivery of pedestrian and cycle links, new construction training and apprenticeships, demonstrable and effective contacts and relationships with the educational establishments, which the applicant has already shown, and in the significant benefit brought forward by the multifunction building, its rent-free, 50% rent-free occupation, its community employment, and front-facing placemaking contribution that it will significantly make within the overall area, encouragement of business expenditure, a significant source of surplus heat to benefit local businesses and reduce NOx, and a high-quality development that will make a positive contribution to the urban environment. And collectively, Chair, those benefits are not just planning benefits from a heritage point of view, but they are also planning benefits from a policy point of view that help us to balance the tall buildings policy. And therefore, Chair, the recommendation, and I'll just take you quickly through it, Chair, because in the main report you will have seen that there was reference to a holding objection from the Environment Agency, which they have withdrawn, and therefore we've been able to recommend the application to committee on the basis that it would, with their approval, be referred to the Mayor only as a stage 2 referral, and thereafter permission may be granted subject to 106 agreements and conditions. The update is fairly voluminous, and I apologise for that, but it was necessary in order to juggle and rejig the Environment Agency conditions as well, so that it was better just to reproduce the whole list of conditions, Chair. So apologies for if you've had to read them all. And I draw attention also to additional comments that have been received in relation to the application as a result of notification of the Planning Committee meeting, and also to the reworking of certain of the heads of terms of the Section 106 agreement, particularly tightening them around the community cohesion elements of the multifunction building, Chair. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Amazing.
Can I please ask members just to double check when it comes to the update that you have the specific one which pertains to agenda item 12? It looks like this on the front. You have two separate paper updates. And there are hard copies here at the front if you need them. As before, I'm going to move us on to comments and questions. As with the previous one, this is an important application, but I'm also very aware of the time, so please be aware of that. I'm going to abuse my position as chair and jump straight in with my first question, which is to the officer. Why on earth isn't this a car-free development? Why do we have 45 parking spaces? I was going to say I can't remember the last time I saw a development with any car parking spaces, but actually I can remember, and it was when we were looking at the change of use for the Crystal building, and the GLA proposed one parking space to be designated for use by the Mayor of London for security reasons, and I gave them hell because it went against their own policies.
If I can answer that for you, Chair, the level of parking provision for the scheme is extremely low. And of course, there's always a requirement to make provision for disabled parking in any development, and certainly one like this. There's 20% disabled parking. So of the 15 spaces proposed for each building, a total of 45 for the whole development, 9 of those 15 spaces would be for disabled persons, and the other 6 would be for able persons. And the purpose of having any car parking at all other than for disabled persons, well, it assists those people, bearing in mind this is a 24/7 operation, Chair. Those people who don't have access to public transport or live some distance away would have the option of being able to use a vehicle.
Shift work is exactly the right answer.
Okay.
There are 3 shifts of people working outside of the hours of the peak hour of buses in this instance.
Fair, thank you. Councillor Godfrey, and then I can see Alan and also James.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. So you talked about potential tenants. How far along are you with that? The reason I'm asking is because I want to make sure that it's right. But I also had in my head that Google and Microsoft built and maintained and managed their own data centers. So I just want to understand kind of, are you looking at sort of other cloud service providers? What's going on?
The references to Google and Microsoft would just to give members a sort of idea of the type of hyperscalers that we'd be looking to accommodate within the building. It's not intended as a co-location building, so we're bringing forward a campus. We've got interest certainly in the first building, significant interest, hyperscaler interest, and that potentially could extend across the wider campus. So those discussions are ongoing. They're confidential, as you would appreciate. But no, in honesty, there is significant interest in this site, in this location.
Okay, and hyperscalers, like famously, when they come into a building like this and they want to do their thing, they have exacting specifications they need to meet in terms of things like security and in terms of kind of space they need, in terms of things like cooling technology. Is this building flexible enough to manage all of those specifications?
Yeah, so obviously, and it's a hybrid application, so we have that ability to accommodate more bespoke needs with the second and third buildings, but the first building, it will be able to accommodate the requirements of those businesses.
Okay, those businesses, we've already talked about it, have really high security standards. And I'm seeing this presentation, I'm thinking, oh, a multi-purpose development, that sounds lovely. But how do you square that? How do you square having a nice sort of public realm area, having these nice free offices with the needs for security? Does this mean there's going to be sort of extra security cameras? Does this mean that you're going to have security guards on site a lot? Is it going to affect the placemaking of this scheme?
It's a really good question. It's something that we've been working really, really hard on throughout the whole determination of this application. As you'll fully appreciate, it does require a high level of security, given the nature of the use. So we do have a perimeter security fence. But the multifunction building sits forward of that. So the fencing we put it as far back and as tight to the buildings as we possibly can. And the same with the river walk that goes down the side. So the fencing is pulled as far into the development site as possible. And we've gone to sort of extra lengths to screen it as well, because it was trying to strike that balance between the requirement to have the fencing, but also to, you know, to make it as subtle as possible. So I think, I don't know if you've got I'm just trying to find a plan. If we can go back to slide.
Are you able to share?
I'll share.
Yeah, you can see the orange security fence, and you can see, very much to my point, how we've pulled it in. There's a gatehouse, as you'd expect. We've deliberately positioned the gatehouse behind the multifunction building as well, so it's kind of tucked behind it. So we've got the secure line, but the public realm sits forward of that. So the whole linear park along North Woolwich Road is forward of the security line.
Okay. I'm also looking at 531, where we're talking about the jobs that you're getting through. It's really positive that you've got that kind of mix of low-level jobs that don't require qualifications. So there's people who will be able to feed in through that, and you've also got those higher sort of middle income level jobs that technical qualifications. Firstly, do you know that Newham Sparks is no longer in the Newham budget? And does this have a big effect on your application?
I didn't know that, but I don't think it has an onerous bearing on this project. You know, it's an initiative that we were aware of and supported it. There's some really good initiatives within the overall Sparks project in terms of having kind of Spark hubs and things dotted around Newham. So we can take those learnings and those initiatives and position them into the scheme. You know, we've got a multifunction building which is there to support community uses, business uses. We've got a really, really strong relationship that we've developed with the University of East London. You know, they're very keen to bring, you know, students onto site, and then also to have that engagement with the occupiers as well. So I don't think it has a negative bearing.
No, and I think that's a really good answer. But I would ask, because Newham Sparks is mentioned in here a little bit, especially in relation to the kind of employment stuff, I would ask that maybe you sort of refigure some of that and just sort of write it differently. And then the final one, I'm sorry, Chair, because I have gone on a lot. 129 FTE split over 3 shifts, making it 542 FTE. How sure are we of that number? What is that model on? Is that, you know, this is a field where automation is happening pretty much every second. Jobs which were there are not there the next day. And I want to know that those sort of figures are well modelled.
So that information is set out within the economic strategy that supports the scheme. What our consultants have done is looked at a very, very wide spectrum of data centre existing and proposed projects and applied a methodology that has been tested elsewhere and approved. I think our figures are conservatives in terms of some other schemes that we've looked at. So, you know, we stand by those figures. We believe they're robust. We've had, you know, as part of GLP, we have a data center business and who are very experienced in delivering data campuses and projects, you know, and working with hyperscalers, so that information has been embedded into the application. So, you know, we're confident with those figures.
Just to understand kind of the next level of figures that got to that. So it's basically 43 workers per building per shift. Yeah, which is about 129 kind of workers on site per shift at any one time. And that, if you kind of multiply that up, that's how you get to the FTE numbers kind of per year. So it's pretty realistic, we think.
And it excludes multiplier, you know, that, and part-time, that's full-time equivalent.
Thank you very much.
James, I think you were next.
Thanks. My first question is on the multi-function building. What's going to be included in that? It was touched upon community facility, office and workspace, and will that be affordable space?
So there's flexibility there. So the multifunction building forms part of the outline component, but as the officer outlined, we've committed to bring that forward as soon as possible. So we will have a section 106 obligation that will prevent us from occupying any of the space within the first data hall until that's brought forward. So we're very incentivized to bring that forward. So there's potential to design it in a different way. We've tried to steer away from affordable workspace, because if we go down that route, our view is that we're then sort of fully committed to that. If we kit the space out with desks and bring in SMEs to work in there, then we don't have the ability to do anything else within the building. Rather the space is more flexible. It can be used to accommodate different users. You know, we can do training in their seminars, workshops. We can work with UEL and others as to how they want to use it. So we've tried to be as flexible as possible, but the design, the internal design of the building will need to be approved with your inputs as part of reserve matters approval.
Just add that the section 106 kind of includes those controls around kind of a process to agree the fine details around the education and community offer, with a commitment that 50% of it would be offered rent-free, kind of regardless of the outcome in terms of the final use.
Thanks for that. And the waste heat, once you, or if you're given permission and you're set up and you're using all that energy, you know, you've got Tate and Lyle, they're currently there, they haven't quite linked up to the energy heat network. It's been long envisioned. Are you certain that this could be delivered?
Yeah, so we've had, we've spent a lot of time on this. We've had meetings with Tate and Lyle to understand what their requirements are. They have a full understanding of what we will generate and have gone away to see if they can use that in an efficient way. They've got a team working on that, particularly more so with their larger facility further along the docks, but they are looking at it. We've met with Equans, who are providing or advising XL. And we've also had a number of meetings with Thameside West as well. Thameside West seems like would be the most obvious candidate and receiver for that waste heat, which is in the form of warm water. As you'll probably know, their proposals have kind of stalled a little bit. They'll be coming forward with some revised, some amendments to their planning application in the next few months. And that's when they really want to get into that conversation with us in terms of how they could potentially use that. But we're safeguarding it. We're, you know, making it available. So it's going to be, you know, who we can work best with. But yeah, we fully appreciate we've got potentially 5,000 new homes on our doorstep. So, you know,
it would be really good.
Absolutely.
To link up.
And so we've been talking to the providers as well, you know, Eon, Equans, as well as our neighbours as well. So we're doing a lot of work on that.
My final question is, it's on the electric car charging. It says TBA. Is there any concrete?
We'll do 100% EV charging throughout the site.
Right, and will you encourage, I guess, your shift workers to fully switch to electric? I guess with 20, whatever the government figure is in mind, so that we are again looking to.
We're absolutely happy to encourage and push wherever we can.
Probably go a bit further than that to say, actually, we'd really like, and forgive me, this is in here already, you should be working with our officers about a travel plan to encourage your workers towards sustainable forms of transport wherever possible.
No, absolutely. As I said in my presentation, we'll retain ownership of these assets and RAS effectively as the landlord, so we can, these are things that we can work hard on.
Yeah.
We're not going to develop this and disappear. So yeah.
So conditions 61 relate to travel plan and 62 is 100% electric vehicle.
Great. Alan, I think you were next, and then Madeline.
Thank you. The point is about this exchangeable rather than waste heat. I got a hint, I can't remember whether it was from the officer's presentation or the applicants, that it was all envisaged to leave the site at one point. Is that right? Or is that flexible?
Yes, that's the intention is for it all to travel into the multifunctional building at the front of the site, which will then provide the conduit to supplying around.
Okay, well, it doesn't sound as if you think it's a problem where you want to go. The second thing I was worried about was these are very substantial, bulky buildings, and not much has been said about how we make them look like friendly and elegant neighbours. And my third point is with the DLR next door and in relation to car parking, and I appreciate people have to work, you have to have somebody working around the clock, but it really shouldn't be normal for anybody's shift to end during the few hours when the DLR is not working. That would be very strange to me.
I think taking that last point, the starting point, way these facilities will operate, there will be people coming to site throughout the day, the night. They'll be bringing, equipment to site as well, which is obviously, something they can't do on the DLR, whether it's open or not. So we're just trying to accommodate that, really.
Happy to answer the design question. So as the officer mentioned, in terms of scale, firstly, it's commensurate with the two neighbouring developments, Thameside West and Lisle Park West. In terms of the architecture, I mean, you're right, these are not like residential buildings where you can kind of break them down because you've got lots of openings, etc. But we've worked really hard with your design review panel and your officers, including Ben Hull, your senior design officer, over a series of meetings to really kind of articulate the facade and also to have some character that makes it clear that they are data centre buildings and give that kind of unique character to the buildings. And we're pleased to say, I think the officers support where we've got to on design, but we're happy to. We've got the architects here for any further questions. So.
To pick up that point about design, I was interested to read the reports from the design review panel, and I wondered, Toby, if I could bring you in to say how far you thought some of the final comments that you'd left the design team with had been resolved or acted upon in terms of the iteration of the design that's in front of us now.
Yeah, I mean, we had two reviews and then a chair's review after the application had been submitted. So the issues we raised at the final review were a concern about the impact of the security fence, but as was discussed earlier, these are going to be not an open campus but a very secure campus, and we were concerned by that the impact of a utilitarian security fence could sort of be overbearing, particularly on those areas of the site where the public are going to sort of engage most. So we were encouraging the applicant to find ways of masking that the sort of utilitarian security fence with planting, or to develop a more sort of architecturally robust proposal for that, if that wasn't possible. We also sort of made comments about the sort of scale of the buildings. These are very big buildings, and we were slightly concerned by the lack of townscape views that would allow the panel to sort of view them in the context of the emerging context on Thameside West, particularly from the river. And given the scale of the buildings, I think we have made sort of some positive progress in relation to an architecture that is beyond the utilitarian. Obviously with a lot of industrial sites, with low buildings that don't have major impact, that kind of very stripped back utilitarian architecture is appropriate, but these are going to be highly visible from many aspects. So we did make, following this chair review, some quite detailed comments on the first phase. I don't think we had an opportunity to review the design codes, but I would be encouraging the committee and the officers to sort of ensure that the quality commitment that has been alluded to is followed through in the completed buildings. And I think that is true particularly for the multi-purpose building, which is obviously going to be the main interface for the community, but also some of the secondary buildings which are going to sort of define and shape the site. So I think it is in many ways an exciting project, but I think there has to be a commitment to the kind of quality that very large scale residential buildings are forced to sort of implement in order to justify the scale and density of developments. And I think, you know, for this kind of development in Newham, that's what we've been pushing for on the panel.
That's really helpful. Thank you. I have to say, I was quite struck looking on page 515 when we're looking at the final chairs workshop. So by that point, you've been through the design review process about the number of kind of questions and points for development that still kind of remained extant. I wondered what assurance we could maybe have from officers that even though obviously the application is in front of us, that kind of discussions could carry on going about the ongoing high quality of design that we're looking for in order to justify the height and massing.
I help with that, Chair. Possibly in conjunction with Ben Hull, we've formulated a condition, particularly around the design of the external treatment and particularly the detailing of the new block, so that we can really drill into it and come up with something which is actually fine grain and will pick up the sort of detailing points that the DRP was concerned to ensure. So we have that measure within the conditions of the permission to really work those up and get them polished as best we can.
Thank you very much. Madeline, I think you were next, and then I see Mirage, and then I'm going to move us to the vote.
Unless I dreamt it, isn't this the second data centre that we've had come before us?
I know we have seen another one. Has that one come for full permission yet, though?
I've had one at Development Control Members Forum.
Yes.
I can't recall any at Strategic Development Committee.
I was trying to remember where it was from. With regards to previous knowledge, one of the things I wanted to ask about was your substation. Do you have enough power?
Yes, we do. We have secured power to site, 300 MVA with UKPN, so that is secure. Enables us to.
That's in place now, or brilliant? That's really good news. And I was really glad to see about the heat capture and the fact that you were negotiating with established industries like Tates's and also looking at future housing developments rather than ones that were extant, that you were looking to to convince people to retrofit, which is really good. I think that's it for me.
I think just on that district heat network opportunity, it works really well with Thameside West because ours is a phased development and as is theirs. So, you know, as we produce excess heat, more and more of their housing will be delivered as well. So, you know, there's a really great, valuable opportunity.
Thank you. Mirage.
Thank you, Chair. Just going to pick up on the public realm element. It does look good. I do like the look of it. I just had a point of clarification on page 468. It says it's under public realm ways and West activities, the provision of the public realm pocket park and outdoor. I'm not going to read it all out. Timescales to be agreed. Phasing and timescales to be agreed. So I just clarified that that pocket park is open to the public, and that means that small section means that you're going to restrict it late at night where there's, you know, sort of you think that lighting may be an issue, public safety, etc. So have I read that?
Yeah, so in terms of phasing, we will deliver all of the public realm on day one. What we will delay is actually some of the public access to it. We're obviously mindful of when Thameside West comes forward. So all of the infrastructure will be delivered and then we'll phase the actual access to it. As part of the Thameside West development, there's a significant park next to our pocket park, which will come forward as well. So we're keen to try and coordinate the delivery of these things. We have a really valuable opportunity with Thameside West to open up the boundaries between both sites to widen it rather than just us delivering river access on our side. So Bell Lane, which extends quite a long, about 2/3 of the way along the Thameside West boundary. What we've agreed with Thameside West development team is actually we can open that up together. So we will need some temporary hoarding there whilst we're developing the site. Then that will come down and then we'll have a wide corridor through there. So
it'll be open 24/7.
But yeah, sorry, in terms of your second point, yeah, it'll be 24/7 access. because we have that security requirements with the data center itself, that will help, we hope, sort of police it and manage any antisocial behaviour.
That was one of my, I'm glad through you, Chair, I'm glad you mentioned that, because that was one of my points that I wanted to cover in terms of the access along the actual river and the river banks, because I know I was recently at Lower Park, and I know that there is a big opportunity to open up, you know, sort of the river access across, you know, from the Ballymore development, you know, part 1, part 2, Lower, and across.
The only sort of constraint there is obviously the protected wharf itself, which obviously abuts the river. What we're doing is extending the river walk to that boundary. And then there are Section 106 provisions from the London Authority that if that site ever does become redeveloped in the future, that the walkway will continue all the way along.
Yes.
So we're taking it right to the boundary.
Yeah. Final comment was around the multi-function building, page 489. And my concern was how it was going to be managed in essence.
Sure. I think, as I mentioned earlier, we have the gatehouse that sits right behind the MFB, multifunction building. So the security staff there will be able to manage the MFB as well in terms of opening it, you know, providing community access, closing it, ensuring that, you know, there's no antisocial behaviour in there. So the two will work well together in terms of that building and the security function that we have on site.
Sorry, Chair, can I just echo a few words on that? Obviously, on that same page, you've got 489, the community facility that's going to be available. So would that be open to, obviously, we've got a multi-family community in the borough. So at times it's going to be available for use, for community use, and for religious use as well. Is that what you're saying?
It's multi-function. I think it's.
So it'd be whatever function you want to do. Could be birthday party.
Yeah, I think we've excluded places of work, things like places of worship and daycare nurseries, because they generate a particular type of activity which is not really compatible with the building. But it's a certain type of use that it could go into the building, but it wouldn't include places of
It's more education and community is what we've applied for. We haven't applied for place of worship as part of this planning application.
Okay.
I'm hoping that we won't need to, but just in case, because I promise I am going to try to wrap things up, but can we just move standing orders just in case we go slightly beyond 9:30? Is that agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you. Right, I'm keen to bring us to the vote. Could I ask you please, Greg, to share the recommendation from officers? Thank you. So we're asked to agree the reasons for approval and to note the update, and as before, refer this application as a stage 2 referral and etc. All the other details on screen. Can I please ask those who wish to resolve to approve this application to show their hands? That is unanimous. Thank you very much. The only other 2 items on the agenda are the date of the next meeting, which is the 16th of July. I think we did have one very quick item of any other business, didn't we, Jane?
Yes, I was just going to point out to members that I'm taking a report to full council about the transition of the planning powers to new. So they are hoping to do that from the 1st by delegating their powers to us, and then the formal transition date is on the 1st of December. But if for whatever reason, for example, snap general election, that doesn't happen, there would be like plan B, which would be a further delegation of those powers. So that will mean that this committee will get to consider some of their applications. So we might have to think about management of the length of the agenda.
We can't wait.
We might do. I think James and I, who have sat on the LLDC Planning Decisions Committee for a while, will have some informal share in a less public environment than this.
Okay, and then we've got the BNPP viability training.
Yes.
So we'll all be here again on Monday.
Can't wait. Right, thank you all so much for your time. It's been such a long committee, but we've got lots of good work done. Thank you for your reading, and thank you to